So I want to thank you all for that. Appreciate it. I think we should implement what we did at that parking lot to other counties. I know that there's a way to, in a very affordable way for the county to resolve a lot of these issues out here. We have gathered 20 handwritten signed letters from the people at the parking lot, what they need to be able to legally move. So we'll be submitting that. I just hope that, and I hope and pray that we continue doing this kind of action with other counties so that we could work on the homeless percentage we have now before more people become homeless. Therefore, we don't have that overwhelming population to deal with. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments today, Wildfire.
Good morning, Wes White, Salinas, Monterey County Homeless Union, and kind of echoing what Wildfire just said, basically, thank you for stopping the direction of just trying to evict people for at least the Wendy's parking lot. And of course, you know, there's Pajaro River and folks in Castroville, any site that's within the county jurisdiction that has, you know, unsheltered people in it, you should be trying to look toward redirecting and relocating them rather than just evicting them. If we're going to reduce homelessness, that kind of, you need to work with people and actually try to assess their needs and meet their needs, not just what we're willing to offer, which is typically not enough. And I think you did a really good direction, you know, this last week, the ad hoc committee for RVs or whatever that is. But that committee was just wonderful to hear such a great redirection of policy. And we need that to perpetuate in all these unsheltered communities throughout the county jurisdiction. And if you can help the city of Salinas specifically to follow these better and best practices, because you are trying to save lives, and we do appreciate that. And that's the way better and best practices need to perpetuate themselves with the city. So please, please, please tell them to start stopping the sweeps, because thank you so much for stopping the sweeps yourselves.
Thank you for your comments today, Wes.
Hi, my name is Rita Acosta. I just wanted to say, so they say that people can't camp on city property, but they can camp on county property, but not in the city. So again, people are scattered all over the place. If there's a way that we can get people to be in a organized campsite, I mean, you're able to run a transitional program from a campsite. I mean, it can be organized. We did it in 2013. People also need porta potties, showers, really anything that people need to be able to live, you know, instead of just scattering people around. Again, I say, people are dying out here. People are so stressed out. I mean, it's stressing. People getting depressed, trying to commit suicide. You know, we really need to help the community. And again, thank you for helping the campers over there in Marina. But here in Salinas, our homeless really, really do need a place to be. I mean, I know everybody doesn't like seeing everybody scattered all over the place, you know, and again, I know downtown is everybody's mission to keep that clean out there, but mental health is different than homelessness, you know. So mental health, we need to get them to do their job, come out and assess people, because they become the victims, or maybe somebody else in the community is going to get hurt. But we really need to get them out there and be more presentable and talk to the community. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us today, Rita. Can you add me as a panelist so I can see if there's anyone on Zoom? We don't have anyone else in chamber, so we're just going to check on Zoom for any public comment today on Zoom. And I'm seeing no hands raised, so we're going to close public comment. I do just want to point out, I think the comments that we heard today were related to item 1A, which is pursuant to Government Code Section 54957A. The board will confer with County Council regarding matters posing a threat to the security of public buildings, essential public services, or the public's right of access to public services or facilities. And the level of detail that's included in that makes it difficult for some members of the public to know exactly what we're discussing. And so if there's a way that we can have that detailed or listed when discussions of the parking lot come up or homeless sweeps come up, so that the public has a better sense of knowing when to show up for these conversations, I think that could be helpful. But in the absence of that, we typically would only allow public comment for items listed on the agenda. And because of the lack of clarity on that one, I think it's appropriate that we allowed the comment this morning. Just wanted to call that out. But if there is a way that we can be more specific so that the public has a better understanding about when to be here. Okay, great, thank you. All right, with that, we will close public comment. We're going to recess to closed session for agenda items, closed session agenda items for the Board of Supervisors. We'll reconvene back here at 10:30. Thank you.
Testing 1, 2, testing 1, 2 through Zoom. Okay.
And Madam Chair, just asking the clerk to make sure that our special guest, Val Lopez, is admitted as a panelist. Thank you.
It is 10:34 on, what is it, Tuesday, October 12th, 2021. We're going to call to order the Monterey County, so we're going to call to order the Monterey County Water Resources Agency Board of Supervisors. With a roll call, please.
Let the record reflect Supervisor Alejo, Supervisor Lopez are joining via Zoom with Supervisor Phillips, Supervisor Adams, and Chair Supervisor Askew in the board chambers.
Great, thank you very much. We do have Spanish interpretation services available both in chambers as well as on Zoom today. I would like to welcome Jocelyn Martinez here for our Spanish introduction.
Buenos días, Jocelyn Martínez. Les anunciamos que su comentario en español es bienvenido. Por favor, antes de comenzar el comentario, pida los servicios. Gracias.
Thank you. I would like to get us started with our Pledge of Allegiance today, introduce Joey Martinez, who is one of our Veteran of the Year awardees this year. Mr. Martinez was born in Salinas, California, enlisted in the military as an active duty member of the United States Marine Corps in 1981, separated from service in 1992. In 1990, Mr. Martinez was deployed to the Gulf War and joined coalition forces and was assigned to Operation Desert Storm. Mr. Martinez currently serves on the California Rodeo Salinas as a marketing committee, info booth, announcer at the Kitty Capers Parade, the Coloma del Rodeo Parade, Facebook Live announcer, and the California Rodeo Relay for Life team. He serves on the Salinas Veterans Day Parade Committee, and every year he volunteers his time to help organize the Salinas Veterans Day Parade. Thank you for joining us to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this morning.
Please join me in our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much for joining us. And we have Mr. Martinez is here with his wife and his granddaughter as well. So we're pleased to have you with us today. Okay, are there any additions or corrections to our public agenda items for the Water Resources Agency agenda today?
No additions or corrections.
All right, I'd like to call for public comment on the Water Resources Agency agenda this morning. Any public comment on the Water Resources Agency agenda? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. We have one item on the consent calendar, item number 1, which if anyone wanted to pull for comments or questions, I do have a few comments, actually questions for Water Resource Agency on this item. I'm not sure if we have Brent on the line with us.
Yes, I'm here as well as
Okay.
Shauna Murray to answer questions.
Fabulous. So just a couple questions. So do you know when the Water Resource Agency would expect to receive notification of funding on this?
Hi, this is Shauna Murray. So we expect to hear by the end of December, early January on the notification of funding.
Okay, and then the matching fund. So it looks like there is the max award is $2 million, the 50% cost share. So if the $2 million were awarded, it looks like we might have $800,000 available to be part of that cost share. But the remaining $1.2 million that we'd have to come up with and match, what are the potential funding sources other than county general funds that have been identified to fill that gap in the required matching funds?
So the expectation is these projects have been budgeted over multiple years in Water Resource Agency funds, 131, 132, and 134. And so we would be using our existing funding streams. We just have to spread these funds out over multiple years, and that's why this grant would speed up the process. So instead of having it over 5 or 6 years, we could do the project in, 2 or 3 years, which is important for a construction project because you can't really start and stop. And so we would be using agency funds in our our regular funds as for these projects to move forward.
Okay, so you don't expect any need to return to this board to ask for general fund dollars or other county discretionary dollars to fulfill that matching requirement?
That's correct. It's the expectation the agency would need to budget for these projects in the next 2 fiscal years, and it's estimated about 1.2 million plus some staff time over fiscal year 23 and 24 to make that work.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. With that, we'll consider action on this consent item.
This is an important matter. I move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Phillips, a second from Alejo. Could we get a roll call, please?
Sure. Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Adams.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Askew.
Aye. That the consent calendar carries, and we will adjourn the Monterey County Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency.
Thank you.
Will. Thank you, Brent. Thank you. We will reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors with a roll call from the clerk, please.
Let the record reflect Supervisor Alejo, Supervisor Lopez are joining via Zoom with Supervisor Phillips, Supervisor Adams, and Chair Supervisor Askew in the board chambers.
All right. Are there any additions or corrections to our public agenda this morning?
No additions or corrections.
All right, thank you. We do have a special public comment that we're going to take slightly out of order at the chair's discretion this morning. I would like to, yesterday was Indigenous Peoples Day, and we had a resolution that we had hoped to get onto the agenda, but missed some of our deadlines. So we wanted to invite Mr. Val Lopez, who's the tribal chair of the Ama Mutsun people, to speak on Indigenous Peoples Day. I want to thank Supervisor Alejo for arranging to have the speaker here. Supervisor, would you like to introduce our special guest?
Yes, I want to just make sure that with our clerks that he is on as a panelist. And by way of introduction, the Monterey Bay was home originally to the Ohlone indigenous people from throughout the area. But before they were called Ohlone, they had their own names like Thompson, Esalen, Salinan, Amamutsin, to name just a few. Today we invited Val Lopez, who's been the tribal chairman of the Amamutsin band since 2003. Which is one of the 3 historic tribes recognized as Ohlone. Val is Mutsun, Awaswas, Shumash, and Yokuts. The Amamutsin are comprised of the documented descendants of missions San Juan Bautista and Santa Cruz. He's a Native American advisor to the University of California Office of the President on issues related to repatriation. He's also the Native American advisor to the National Alliance on Mental Illness and the Phoebe Hearst Museum of Anthropology. He's actively involved in efforts to restore tribal indigenous knowledge and to ensure our history is accurately told. So with that, I want to welcome Mr. Val Lopez and thank him for his leadership on tribal issues throughout the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Alejo. Our friendship and working together, collaborating, goes back a good number of years, and I'm very appreciative of all that you have offered and what we have done together. Thank you. I want to thank the Board of Supervisors of Monterey County. This is my first time speaking to you, I believe, and I'm thankful for the opportunity to do so this morning. Yesterday was Indigenous Peoples Day. And that's an important day to remember. To us, that's an important day to remember who the ancestors were. Monterey, the greater Monterey Bay was the most populated area of Indigenous people north of Mexico City at first contact. A lot of people don't realize that. I mean, but if you look at the beauty of it, the resources, the waters, the rivers, the streams, the plants, the wildlife, I mean, it was an absolute paradise before first contact. Our creation story tells us that the Creator gave us a responsibility to take care of Mother Earth and all living things. And our people took that responsibility very seriously. And they learned how to steward and manage the lands and the landscape so that they provided the resources that were needed, the foods, the medicines, the basketry, materials, etc. But not just for people, for all wildlife. We had the responsibility to take care of the deer, the elk, the bear, the rabbits, etc. And our people did that in a very sustainable and sufficient way. Our people took care of the plants so that they flourished and provided. Our people used fire as a way to manage landscapes. Our ancestors were not hunters and gatherers. That is quite insulting when we hear that. When we hear our ancestors referred to as hunters and gatherers, that basically means that they were just simple people who did not know how to control their resources. They just randomly collected resources as they became available. And I said, that's very insulting. Today, our tribes are coming back. We have the Rumsian tribe coming back. We have the OCEN, the Eshnan Nation tribe coming back. We have the Amamutsin coming back, and the other Ohlone tribes. And it's important that you be aware of these. That brutal history that we experienced, those 3 periods of brutal colonization that resulted in slavery and brutality and death and rape and destruction of our cultures and our spirituality and our indigenous knowledge of our humanity. Those are just horrendous periods. And but recognize today how much those people living on these lands, everyone at this meeting, how much you have benefited from this destruction of Native peoples who occupied these lands before first contact. Now we know that you did not, that the cities and the counties and the people that are living there today are not the ones that are responsible for paying the bounty monies or collecting the bounty monies. But as I said, you benefit greatly from that destruction. And what we ask today is that you recognize the tribes that are here and you work with them to help them ensure that their ancestors are never forgotten. That is extremely important to all tribes, that you recognize our ancestors who were here before. And at the same time, recognize the tribes that are here now. Find out how you can help them. As a board of supervisors, you can change that with your laws. Currently in Gilroy, there's the general plan allows the destruction of our most sacred site. And we're fighting that very hard today. They're trying to do sand and gravel mining on the most sacred site of the Amamutsu people, where our people prayed for thousands and thousands of years. The board of supervisors can make a difference in that. Work with tribes to try and work and get the lands and understand how you can protect the lands and help them protect their cultures and their spirituality. Our tribal territory, and it overlaps with others because others say that's our territory right at the boundary at the fringes. But we recognize that those are shared territories. But in general, our territory is north and east of the Salinas River. That is what we call recognize as our traditional tribal territory. And so we invite the county board of supervisors and the citizens of Monterey to work with the Amamutsu tribe and the other tribes to see how you can help them restore their cultures. We have an Amamutsu land trust. We are working very hard, and we work with UC Berkeley, Stanford, UC Santa Cruz, and now UCLA. And we're bringing back our people to the coast, and we're stewarding and managing the landscapes as we have for thousands of years. So find out about the Amamutsu Land Trust as an example and get involved. I'm pleased to be talking to you this morning. I thank the Board of Supervisors. I thank Supervisor Alejo for this opportunity. And I encourage and invite you to contact our tribe and contact other Indigenous people. Don't let this just be a one-day, thank you, a pat on the back and go to your other business. Recognize the advantages that you have and recognize the price that Indigenous people have to pay for those advantages. Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Val Lopez, for being with us today and for sharing your words and perspective on history, and also efforts that what we could do to continue to support the indigenous peoples of the Monterey Bay region today. I appreciate you being with us, and thank you, Madam Chair, for this time in honor of Indigenous Peoples Day.
Absolutely. Again, thank you, Mr. Val Lopez, for joining us today. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors. I hope to have you join us again in the future, and I really appreciate the comments that you were able to share with us, and the call to action that you've laid out before us. So I look forward to many more conversations. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. I just want to make a comment. I had the opportunity on Sunday to be down at the Customs House Plaza area, which, as everyone knows, is really the heart of so much of early California, but primarily it's the heart of the indigenous population. And I took the time to look at the collection within the State Parks Museum it's the fourth largest collection in California of early local indigenous population artifacts. And I do not mean human artifacts, but I just wanted to comment on Mr. Lopez's remark that when you look at the artifacts that are there, these amazingly complex woven baskets and other objects, and the handwork that's done and some of the clothing, it just reflects Mr. Lopez's comment about the sophistication and the development of the culture that existed here. And I think for me, when you look at the sea and you look at the coastline and the forest and all the animals that inhabit it, I think that we need to understand that it's due to the care and the connection to nature of the indigenous peoples who were here and who protected it. And I must say that I feel it is our responsibility to continue in that protection. So I thank you so much, Mr. Lopez, for being here. Your remarks were very emotional, and I really thank you for all that you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Lopez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to thank Valentin for.
Okay, I think we need to make sure that someone's muted.
Denise, can we mute you, Denise? Great.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Valentin, great last name. Want to open with that. It's not often I get to sit up here and see another Lopez, so thank you. I've heard a lot of great comments from my colleagues today, and I hear a connection, and I want to say as we hear the word were and was, I see are and is. They're still here. I know a lot of my close friends have native ties to this region, to this area, and I really appreciate their perspective. They reach out to me often. And so I want to thank you guys for keeping your traditions alive and for continuing to inform us as local leaders about what you're continuing to do and contributing to this region, because you were stewards and you continue to be stewards. So I want to continue to show that appreciation to the first people of this region, to you and your tribe and the other tribes in the region. I just want to say thank you for carrying on that legacy and for continuing to educate us as leaders about what can be done. To me, that was extremely meaningful. So thank you for coming today and sharing your words. They resonate with this board as well as with the rest of our community. Thank you.
Supervisor Phillips.
And I too want to thank you, and I concur in the comments of my colleagues. It is important that we recognize, and it's part of our real history. And for a long time, it's been relegated, and it shouldn't have been. So thank you.
Let me make sure I'm not missing anyone else here. Okay. Great. Thank you. Thank you again, Supervisor Alejo, for bringing this forward. Thank you, Mr. Val Lopez, for joining us. And like I said, we look forward to seeing you in chambers at some point again in the future. Thank you. Okay, next up, we've got our ceremonial resolutions 2 through 4. There are no presentations today, so I'm happy to take this as a consent package.
I'll move consent of the ceremonial resolutions.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Adams, a second from Supervisor Phillips for our ceremonial resolutions, item number 2 through 4 on today's agenda. Is there any public comment on our ceremonial resolutions today? Okay, we have Marieke Desmond. We'll put a minute 30 on the clock for you. Thank you for joining us today.
Good morning, Chair Askew and the Board of Supervisors. I just want to second the ceremonial resolution for Beata Obrzynski. As a avid library goer, she has made the Seaside Library such a welcoming place for our homeless community, for students, for families, and also for retirees. And I want to applaud her incredible service to the system and to the community. And thank you, Chair Askew, for bringing that forward to note today. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for taking the time to call in. We love our librarians, that's for sure. And the Seaside Library does have a deep love for the library and all of those who've served our community there. Are any other public comment on today's ceremonial resolutions? Seeing none, I'll close public comment, and we have a motion in a second. I'll bring it back for a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Adams.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Askew.
Aye, thank you. And I will just mention that Mel and Regina Mason will be receiving their 2021 Distinguished Trustee Award from the Community Foundation next Tuesday at a special event. So we'll have that presented at that point in time. Next up, we have appointments. I believe we only have one appointment, item number 5 on the agenda. I'm happy to entertain the motion.
So moved.
Second.
A motion from Phillips, the second from Adams for our appointments. Item number 5. Is there any public comment on our appointments calendar this morning? Seeing none, I'll close public comment and bring it back for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Adams.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Askew.
Aye. Motion carries. Next up, we have our consent calendar, items number 14 through 26 on today's agenda. Would any supervisor like to pull any item for comment or question? Seeing no hands raised. We do have a couple of public comments on consent, then we'll bring it back for action. We'll go to the phone number ending in 902 for public comment on the consent calendar this morning. And you'll need to press *6 to unmute. We have a minute 30 on the clock for you. Thank you for joining us.
This is Nina Beatty. I wanted to pull item number 21 that's on the Golden State Broadband Initiative.
And would you like to make your comments on that now?
Yes, I can do that. The FCC just lost a major lawsuit on its RF exposure limits. The court said the FCC was arbitrary and capricious in its decision not to change those limits based on scientific evidence and testimony on several categories: exposure to children, long-term exposure, new technologies, including 5G, and environmental effects. FCC limits for exposure are in limbo right now. Are they safe? No one can say, because the court says the FCC didn't engage in reasoned decision-making on what the public is exposed to. Community broadband is only a worthy objective if it's wired. Once you sign on to this proposal, decisions will be made far away in Sacramento, affecting the children and residents of California, and you will be asked to rubber stamp the results in Monterey County. To plan or construct wireless facilities or give hotspots to families in the current FCC situation might rise to the same arbitrary and capricious level as the DC court ruled. The New Hampshire State Report released last year reviewed the science and advised wired internet. A Maryland State Advisory Council in 2015-2016 advised the Education Department to limit RF exposure to children, educate the public, and transition schools to wired internet. The thousands of studies and this D.C. court decision are clear, yet California legislators have disregarded this information to please campaign donors. Don't follow the FCC's example. Stipulate your support for wired, fiber-to-the-premises broadband only, and don't force broadband on people who don't want it. Oppose wireless radiation facilities that harm the public and the environment.
Thank you for your comments today, Nina. I don't see any other hands raised for public comment. Yeah, we'll bring it back to the board for discussion and action. Supervisor Alejo?
Yeah, I'm in support of all the consent. I just wanted to comment briefly on number 18. It's a second round of rental assistance. It's part of our state program. And I just wanted to just tell our Department of Social Services staff, I know it's trying to make it easier to get the money out to residents, but just a caution, just to be diligent with our partners, to be diligent to make sure that we're not seeing abuse or fraud in those programs, and because all this will be reviewed down the road later. And so we want to get the money out soon, but also have the checks in place so that we're getting money to help tenants and to pay landlords to resolve hopefully evictions ahead. So I just wanted to, I know they know this already, but on the record, we want to just remind our team, let's do this right. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, briefly, Madam Chair, just want to speak to the Golden State Connect JPA piece on the consent agenda. You know, that's something I've been working on, and just to clarify, those decisions will continue to be made by a small group of supervisors from throughout the state who help advocate for rural communities, and I happen to sit on that leadership team. So just excited that this is on our agenda today to join this JPA as we look at taking advantage of every opportunity available to our communities, both wired and wireless, throughout the Salinas Valley and Monterey County, to make sure that our communities get connected and that we get the same opportunities that the rest of the state does, regardless of how their community might identify suburban, urban, or rural. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. Any other comments from the board in regards to consent agenda? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion.
Move consent.
Second.
We have a motion from, we have a motion from Supervisor Phillips, the second from Supervisor Lopez, and we'll take a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Alejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Adams,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Askew.
Aye. Thank you. The consent calendar carries today. Next up, we have a call for general public comments for items not on today's agenda. We'll take anyone in the audience first. I'm not seeing anyone in the audience for general public comment. Is there anyone on Zoom for general public comment for items otherwise not listed on today's agenda? All right, we have a few hands raised. We'll put a minute 30 on the clock, starting with the phone number ending in 902. Thank you for joining us.
This is Nina Beatty. Ivermectin was honored with a Nobel Prize in 2015, the first one since streptomycin in 1952. Did you know that, Board? Recent studies have shown its efficacy in treating COVID and saving many, many lives. In Peru, it reduced deaths by 74%. And a new review is in the Journal of New Microbes and New Infections on the studies. So why is it sitting on the shelf when people are diagnosed with COVID, while people ask for help when their loved ones are dying, especially Hispanic, Native American, and African American communities? Anthony Fauci praised hydroxychloroquine until royalties for mRNA vaccines came into the picture. Studies have shown its usefulness, as well as vitamin C, zinc, vitamin D, etc. That's like leaving off the water and pretending to fight a fire. Flu shots, the Department of Defense found, can increase a person's risk of getting COVID by 36%. Did you know that as well? If you get a flu shot, you are at 36% greater risk of getting COVID. So why are health authorities advising people to get flu shots? Do they want people to get COVID? British Columbia doctors have just written 2 letters to the British Columbia Health Ministry and the Attorney General, demanding action on the vaccine hazards and the situation with COVID. Montage Health and other area facilities, the health professionals from there have released a press release on their objections to what's going on, the policies that are happening here. These mandates
Nina,
have
I'm
to
sorry
be
to
addressed.
interrupt you, but we are out of time
have
for
to
your
go through
comments this
research.
morning. Next up, we have Janae Jarvis. Janae, thank you for joining us. We'll give you an opportunity to share your thoughts.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Thank you for joining us today.
I don't see on your agenda today, maybe I don't know where this would fall in. From last week's meeting, the agenda was not completed. So I'm still waiting to hear back on your decision with the healthcare status of the insurance for workers who were put on unpaid leave. We're being told by our employer that we're waiting on the decision from the Board of Supervisors.
So Jenny, if you have a question for the board, I would suggest contacting the Board of Supervisors via email at cob@co.monterey.ca.us. Our open meeting laws do require that we conduct our business in public, but it does limit our discussion to items that are included on the posted agenda for today. So that does mean that we are not able to respond directly to comments, but I would encourage you to send an email so that we can ensure that it gets routed to the appropriate response. See no other public comments on today's Zoom or in the audience. I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to our 10:30 a.m. scheduled matters. We have one item on our morning scheduled agenda, which is to receive comprehensive operations. We'll receive a presentation from Carl Sidorik with Monterey Salinas Transit related to changes that MST Transit Services are contemplating throughout Monterey County. I believe we also have Michelle Overmeyer, who's the MST Director of Planning and Innovation. Thank you so much for joining us today, and we'll pass the microphone over to you.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Supervisors. Michelle Overmeyer with Monterey Salinas Transit. Carl Sidorik is joining via Zoom, and he'll be starting the presentation.
Your mic is muted, Carl.
There we are.
There
Thank
we
you.
go. We've got you now, Carl. Thank you for
Thank
joining
you.
us.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I am due to a miscommunication. I am caught in between Southern California and Northern California. I thought I was coming on later this afternoon, and I was traveling in between when I found out that wasn't the case. So I am coming to you from a hotel balcony right now. Here to give you a quick update on our comprehensive operational analysis, and which is probably the largest change in proposed changes in our system in the past 20 years. And I will give you a little bit of background on MST, and then we'll have Michelle take you through the process of our proposed changes and how we are working that through. So trying to move forward here. Just a little bit about MST. For those in the audience, we are the county's only public transit operator. We're a transit district created by state law, AB 644. Pre-COVID, we were running up to 56 regular and seasonal bus routes with 162 heavy-duty trolleys and minibuses. MST employs about 250 employees directly, and we contract some of our services out to a company called MV, about 100 employees there. We have about a $53 million annual operating budget, and also are the administrator of the Regional Taxi Authority. We, pre-COVID, spanned 1/5 of the coast of California was served by MST, from Paso Robles to the south, Templeton, as well as San Jose, providing services in 4 counties, Monterey County, San Luis Obispo, Santa Cruz, and Santa Clara County. Our board of directors is comprised of elected officials from each of the 12 cities and 1 member of the Board of Supervisors, Supervisor Alejo. And there you see our various members. And for those members of the audience, if you have an issue or questions about MST, you can always reach out to the elected official from your city, and I report to them. They're not shy about bringing issues to my attention, and we will respond quickly to any sorts of requests. With regard to COVID, you can see pre-COVID where we were at the far left, and we dropped almost 85% of our ridership, and we have slowly come back. When you compare that to where we were looking at 3-year averages prior to COVID, we're still below 50% of our ridership. Much of our ridership is hospitality workers, and we're still not doing large events yet in the community, and that's where much of the employment in the hospitality industry comes from. We also carry a lot of students, Hartnell College, Monterey Peninsula College, CSUMB, students at the Defense Language Institute, Navy Postgraduate School, and a lot of those students still are not coming back, or they're learning remotely and not taking the bus. So we are slowly coming back, but we still have a long way to go. We have developed a recovery plan adopted by the Board of Directors of MST, and we're following the advice of baseball. It is baseball season, and the Baseball Hall of Famer Yogi Berra, was noted for saying the future ain't what it used to be. And so that's how we're approaching this. Things that we were counting on to what we thought our future was going to be was thrown off with COVID. What we did find, though, is that we did carry over 1 million passenger trips during the first year of COVID. That was down significantly. However, that's 1 million essential trips. People who had to ride the bus. No one was riding the bus during the pandemic because they wanted to. They were riding the bus because they had to. They had to get to essential jobs, to essential medical appointments. And as a result, looking at that data of who was riding, when and where, we wanted to take a look at, is there a better way for us to structure our routes? And how are we going to grow back our ridership over the coming 5 years? And because we think it's going to take some time to grow back. So with that, we have Michelle is leading the efforts of a comprehensive operational analysis that's been undertaken. And we've been getting guidance from the community, from our board, from elected officials, from city, county staff members. And we're going to provide you some of what we've learned to date and what the next steps are. Michelle?
Thanks, Carl. Can you please expand the slideshow so it's in a bigger picture?
I can do that, sure.
Okay.
How's that?
That looks good. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah. And are we getting, you guys can hear the audio on Zoom? Yes. Okay, perfect. Great. Thank you.
Okay. So we received COVID relief funds that we're using, as Carl said, to take a closer look at the bus services that we've been providing using general operating funds. Next slide. So we hired a nationally renowned consulting firm to guide us through a very strategic approach of examining our current service levels, engaging with the community to understand what the community values are, and then designing an improved transit network for Monterey County. So here on this slide, oh, go back one. On the previous slide, you can see the results from our first phase of community outreach this past spring. We conducted stakeholder meetings with 80 different groups. We did paid rider focus groups with MST riders in English and Spanish. And then we conducted a random survey of 500 households. So from these results here, you can see we asked a number of questions to the public. One of them was, how important is it for MST to provide affordable transportation where many people lack vehicles? 90% of people rated that as extremely important or very important. We also asked how important it is for MST to provide routes that get workers to places where the most jobs are. And 83% of respondents rated that as extremely important and very important. Next slide. So with our background research completed in the spring, we went to the MST Board of Directors asking for policy direction as we went into designing the new transit network. 3 principles were identified. The first is to focus limited general funds to services where many people live and many people work, rather than spreading service thinly to all corners of the county. Second was to focus on low-income and minority communities that have limited transportation options. And then finally, rebalancing service levels so the Salinas area has about the same service as the Monterey Peninsula. I want to point out that we're looking at fixed route services, so we're not talking about our paratransit door-to-door or the Measure Q taxi voucher programs. That's not part of this. So 6 intense design workshops took place this summer to redesign the general funded bus routes based on these 3 principles that you see on the screen here. Planners and engineers from each of the incorporated cities and the county were invited to participate in these staff level technical workshops. 3 transit networks were designed. The low scenario assumes either general fund resources recover very slowly from the pandemic, or insufficient workforce is available to operate at full capacity, or both. A medium scenario matches MST's budget and workforce targets for fiscal year 22 to 23. A high scenario assumes voters pass a new sales tax that includes 1/8 cent for services, increasing transit service, or a similarly sized new source of funding appears. We're focusing on the medium scenario. Next slide. So this map here is a snapshot of MST's existing service in February of this year. The legend is color coded to indicate how often the bus comes. Red indicates that the bus arrives every 15 minutes. Blue means that the bus comes every 30 minutes. Green every 60 minutes. And then the light colors indicate that we have less than hourly service. So what this map shows is that MST operates coverage-based service to many parts of the county, but the bus doesn't come very often. Next slide. Oh, go back one. Other direction. I'm trying to get to the map that shows the medium scenario. So it looks like it's not showing up on the screen here. It is in the agenda package. The medium scenario, again, has the same color coding. Red indicates the bus is coming every 15 minutes, and you can see more red in the Salinas area and in the peninsula. We're focusing on service where more people are. We're straightening out the routes, so there's less meandering and the travel time is a lot faster for our passengers. So there's more direct service. One area where we have heard some comments already is the remote area near the Salinas Airport. Some county services are on LaGuardia Street, and the challenging part of this is to serve this area that isn't really on a direct route, and then also serve the LSL Hartnell campus with the limited time on the routing. So we have heard that already. Next slide. So this is a side-by-side comparison. On the left, you'll see the existing regional network, and on the right is the proposed medium scenario. Regionally, we're looking at hourly service on line 23, which connects Salinas down to King City. There's no change to the frequency for service up to Watsonville, but there is a minor change to the routing. So line 29 will use Highway 101 through Salinas, so it's a faster trip. The medium scenario includes no service to Pebble Beach, Big Sur, or San Jose using general funds. And we have heard some concerns from business owners in the Big Sur area regarding this permanent suspension of Big Sur service. I will say, though, that there may be opportunities for partner-funded special service out to the remote areas of the county, or development of an alternative mode of transportation like van pools. Next slide. So the proposed network is predicated on all routes designed to operate at 15 minutes, 30 minutes, or 60-minute headways, so that we can have a well-timed transfer points throughout the county where people only need to wait 5 minutes to catch their next bus. The proposed network is comprised of more direct routes, shorter travel times, and service to high demand areas, so we can provide better transportation to jobs, education, and other opportunities. For services not covered in this proposal, MST is interested in hearing from partners who might want to fund special services like we have now with the Monterey Trolley. And again, the paratransit service, the door-to-door, and the taxi voucher programs are not part of this redesign. Next slide. So we started this process early in this year. We did our phase 1 community outreach in the spring, and that resulted in a choices report. Over the summer, we went back to the board for direction. We did the design networks, and now we're here gathering community input in our phase 2 community outreach. We completed stakeholder meetings over the last 2 weeks. Each of your chiefs of staffs were invited to those meetings, as well as other businesses and community groups. We held the rider focus groups again. We'll be having a community meeting tomorrow, and then we'll be hopefully ready with our final plan by the end of this year and taking it to MST's board for approval just after the new year. And we hope to have implementation by the end of 22. Next slide. So like I said, we're having a public meeting tomorrow night. There's going to be one in English, one in Spanish. Information is here on the screen. It will be virtual via Zoom. And then we're also conducting a survey. So the QR code there on your screen will take you to the survey where you can get more details on the plan and provide your feedback. The survey is available in English and in Spanish. Next slide. And that concludes our presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions, and I'm sure Carl is.
Thank you. And I know you've been out in the community giving these presentations and soliciting feedback. So we've had, most of us have had a chance to sort of hear and see some of the presentation previous to today. But thank you for being here to present. I'll start with Supervisor Alejo, since I think you are our representative here on the board at MST. Thanks for bringing this forward to us and your work.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank our team from MST for being here today to elevate the conversation of transit and future plans and changes before the full board. We rarely get an opportunity to talk about transit when we know at our board of supervisors, but we all recognize how critical it is to our workforce and to tourism and to our students who rely on it to get to school, whether it's a high school or the community colleges or the universities, an important part of our system. So first of all, I want to just acknowledge that. Second, just to thank Carl and the team for just being true leaders during some of the major crises we've had, during the fires, during the lack of internet access during the pandemic, and even helping our residents get to the voting booths on election days. MST has been a true partner for us. So I wanted to acknowledge that leadership. But on the question side, I wanted to just ask, I know that there's a lot of limits, and I think a lot of local government entities and agencies are having the same challenges just in terms of hiring. And even if you have the resources, if you don't have the trained employees to drive buses, it makes reopening routes or expanding services much more challenging for an agency like MST. So I'm hoping you could talk about the challenges that the agency is having in terms of recruitment of drivers at MST.
Sure. I can speak to that real briefly, and thank you for the opportunity, Supervisor, to do a recruitment ad for MST. If you go to our website at mst.org, you will see that we have openings, many openings specifically for drivers, but also other positions as well. And these are good paying jobs that offer health and medical benefits and pensions. And we are seeking to hire as many people as quickly as we can, because we are currently faced with the problem of reducing service and eliminating service to the community, because we simply do not have enough people working for us at this point. We've hired 19 people since August. We could probably hire another 20 more before we're fully staffed. So we're working on it as fast as we can. We're offering cash incentives for people that we hire, paid training. And so come and check us out if you're looking for a new career.
And Carl, MST was successful in obtaining some of the cap and trade money a couple years back to provide some free routes in the high use and disadvantaged neighborhoods areas like in East Salinas. And so as a result of that, we've seen an increase in ridership with some of these new opportunities. Will that continue? And then if you could just elaborate on the discontinuation of the routes in Big Sur, as I think as was presented, because I think that raised an eyebrow, as it's certainly an important part of our tourism destination in Monterey County.
Right. So we were able to receive some cap and trade funds for a number of years that we used to partner with Hartnell College. We are working with Hartnell College. Those funds expire at the end of this year. And we're working with Hartnell College and Monterey Peninsula College to help fund these services and these programs that offer free transit service to their students. Cal State University Monterey Bay has a program where they use their funds to pay for services and pay for their students to ride free. We're looking to develop programs with both Hartnell College and Monterey Peninsula College to do likewise. And those negotiations are coming along great. And we have a lot of commitment from these community colleges to continue their programs for their students, similar to what Cal State University Monterey Bay is doing. With regard to Big Sur, yes, it's a difficult decision. We have a limited amount of resources available to us and funding available to us, and we want to provide the services to where it can provide the most good and where the most riders are. And Big Sur is difficult to get to. We have limited ability to turn around safely in many of those areas, as everyone knows, especially around Point Lobos and Nepenthe. And the ridership just hasn't been there to sustain fully the type of service we've been providing. So we've been working with the Big Sur business members, business association, to see if there are van pool opportunities that MST can operate for their workers. We're talking to the Monterey County, we're talking to other stakeholders to see if there's other funding sources outside of our general fund to support weekend service. So because we're not offering this in our general funded services doesn't mean that we can't offer service. We've done a number of partnerships with the military, with the aquarium, with the city of Monterey. So we just need to find outside funding to support these areas that just we don't want to have to take away from areas that have higher need than what Big Sur has demonstrated. So we just have to find another way to fund it or offer something different.
Thank you.
Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. And thank you very much, Supervisor Alejo, for bringing that up. That was a concern of mine as well with that question. And I thank the staff of MST for meeting with the Big Sur Byway organization about the elimination of service to Big Sur, because truthfully, the community, the business community was really sorry to see it go. But I do know and hope that you'll still be able to partner with the community, just as you said, Carl, on creative approaches to shuttle opportunities. I know that was called for in the Caltrans Transportation Demand Management Plan. And so my hope is that we will be able to find options like ride sharing vans for the workers who have relied on that bus line to be able to get to work. I had an experience taking the bus down once, and it was so much fun. I couldn't believe it. And we picked up a number of tourists on the way, actually on the way coming back, because it was the last route of the day. And the fun that everybody had on the bus was really terrific, but they were only taking it because there was no choice. They had Ubered down to Big Sur. And then because there was no phone reception down there, let's always go for broadband, because there was no cell service down there, they didn't know what they were going to do. And the concierge at the lodge at Big Sur said, well, the bus is going to be here any minute. And these people were delighted, and it was a wonderful experience. But that is, I think, an example of why you did the study, because that was an unusual circumstance to have people take the bus in that regard. And I totally understand. First, thank you so much for the presentation and the overview today, because we all need to understand, all of us here who are policymakers, but also all the public as well, need to understand what changes MST is taking and why. And I understand that the prioritizing ridership over coverage is really challenging for you, because we have the size of our county, and the distance between communities makes it very difficult for people in at the ends of my community, my district, and Chris's district particularly. So I think that's important. But one question that I have is that, to me, I think one of the key things that we all are concerned about is getting traffic off Highway 68 and or traffic off Highway 1. All you have to do is stand out there in the mornings and you see the numbers of cars for people who are coming to work from the Salinas side over to the Peninsula side. So if you could put the map back up, Carl, I don't know if you can do this easily or not, but I think it was, I forget which slide it was, but it was referring to line 20 is the one that I wanted to ask about, and try to figure out how long it would take for someone who lives in the LSL to get on the bus. Do they have to transfer one time and then take another bus to be able to get to the Monterey hub? And then would they be able, from the Monterey hub, I see you can take another bus to go to Cannery Row, but that's 2 transfers and that's a lot. Will there be a space on the bus for people to bring their bikes, so that if you lived, say, in Luis's district and you wanted to get to your job on Cannery Row, you'd be able to put your bike on the bus and then get on the bus? It looks like you have to transfer one time. I'm not sure.
That's right, at the Salinas Transit Center.
And then how long would it take a normal person to be able to do that?
That's a really good question. I don't have it in this slide presentation, but if you go to MST's webpage, you can get the full report, and there's a really informative chart in there that shows the proposed travel time savings for trips like that. It is going to be significant. So with the way it's designed, the time transfers would only make somebody wait 5 minutes until they catch their next bus going into Monterey. So the total travel time, I don't have that at my fingertips. I can follow up with you after this. But in regards to your question on the bikes, all of our buses are equipped with bike racks. So we can carry two or three bicycles on the buses.
So it is possible to do that then.
Yes.
And okay, I'll look forward to seeing what the time savings is for folks. Thank you.
Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to appreciate this say thank you for this presentation and show my appreciation to Carl and the entire team at MST, including Supervisor Alejo and our board members who invested in a facility that we were very fortunate enough to be able to ribbon cut yesterday in King City. So as we talk about where we start our days, I know that having that facility in South County is going to create an opportunity to reduce greenhouse gases, and starting earlier bus lines from South County, hopefully helping to address some of those travel times, especially with the earliest morning routes. As we look forward and hopefully reestablishing service with some of those points even further outside the county to the south, I just want to thank staff for, one, helping to make this investment in our South County communities, but two, for continuing to ask the tough questions of themselves when the shortage of drivers issue gets raised. I know we've had several conversations about certain routes that have been trimmed due to that lack of personnel. So as we take this presentation, just want to say there's a lot of great things happening that I want to show appreciation for the entire team at MST. You made a great investment in South County and want to make sure we call that out today. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. And one of the areas of concern of mine is the G12 corridor going from Watsonville into Salinas that we see so impacted. What's your on the bus trip going there? What's your average a bus, how many people average is on the bus, and how do we encourage more people to use the bus rather than taking the cars like we see so many?
Average passengers per trip, I don't have that at my fingertips. Those buses are, 35, 40 feet long, and they can accommodate probably around that many passengers. It's not a service that comes that frequently. It's one of our lower frequency services. How to encourage ridership? Like Carl mentioned, we do have free fares for students. If you're a Hartnell or MPC student, you can ride for free. Yeah, those are, I can follow up with more information for you if you're interested in specifics on that line.
Well, it's just a concern. We have kind of, it's still kind of a rural road. And when we did the G12 study, we have 27,000 cars a day on portions of that. It's, if we could get more of those people on the bus. Other question is there any, I heard there were plans to move the Salinas train station down to, or move the bus depot down to the Salinas train station. Then I heard otherwise. Is there any plans on, once the train station is up and operational, moving the complex in Salinas down to the train station?
Carl, are you back on? You might want to address this.
Oh, Carl, you're muted. I'm going to hit the unmute button.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, lost my connection with my PC. Now I'm on my phone. So if I lose my phone, I'm done. So with regard to your question, Supervisor Phillips, we are actively studying a new location for the Salinas Transit Center. We're working together with the city of Salinas and Taylor Farms to seek a planning grant that will allow us to study that. There are certain requirements we have to go through if we're going to get federal money to do that. It's a project that would, somewhere in the $12 to $15 million range to build a new transit center. What is available at the Salinas Transit Center is not large enough to hold our existing facility, and we're hoping to grow our services. So we will continue to serve when the trains eventually come. We will certainly be serving the center to meet those trains. But as far as a new transit center, we would be looking at putting that probably close to where most of our riders are, somewhere along the LSL corridor. And that's where we're currently looking. But we need to identify some funding, again, working with the city of Salinas and the folks at Taylor Farms are providing us with some local match so that we can attract some federal investment to do a thorough plan for the relocation of the center, because we're outgrowing our current center. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl.
We do provide service to the train station right now on our line 49 that comes about every hour.
All right, I think we've made our rounds to the board. Is there any public comment on this presentation today? I don't see any public comment. So we'll close public comment and bring it back to the board. I think at this point we're just receiving this presentation today, so there's no action needed on our part. But hopefully the feedback and comments and questions are relevant. I know the MST is continuing to solicit community input and feedback into the process. And like I said, we had a chance to sort of receive some previous presentations or listen in on some previous presentations. And I do think that it the direction that you're moving in as a board and as an organization makes sense as a way to serve the greatest number of people in our community. So if only we had more resources for mass transit, I think that would be the next big step for us to really rethink how we get people from one portion of our community to another. But this is moving in the right direction. So thank you for being here, Michelle. Thank you for joining us, Carl. Good, safe travels, getting yourself back home. And with that, I believe we are done with our morning agenda. So we are going to recess. This board will recess back into closed session for a few additional items, and we will reconvene back here at 1:30 as the Monterey County Board of Supervisors.
6, mic 6. Mic 8, mic 8.
Let the record reflect Supervisor Alejo, Supervisor Lopez are joining via Zoom with Supervisor Phillips, Supervisor Adams, and Chair Supervisor Askew in the board chambers.
Thank you. We do have Spanish interpretation services available on Zoom as well as here in chambers. I'd like to welcome Jocelyn Martinez to make an announcement about the services available.
Buenas tardes, Jocelyn Martínez, intérprete de español. Para aquellos que necesiten hacer su comentario público en español, tenemos servicios de intérprete disponibles. Antes de comenzar el comentario, por favor, pidan el servicio. Gracias.
Thank you. Our 1:30 a.m. first scheduled matter is the Riverview at Las Palmas Assisted Living Senior Facility. This is continued, public hearing continued from July 20th and August 31st to consider an application for the Riverview at Las Palmas Assisted Living Senior Facility, including a number of different sub-actions that we would be, we're being asked to take. There's a 60-minute presentation total, starting with Craig Spencer, Chief of Planning, and Eric Lundquist, Director of Housing and Community Development.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Craig Spencer with Housing and Community Development. I'm presenting on behalf of Joe Sedor, who's retiring as of this month, I believe. So this item is the Riverview at Las Palmas project that was heard twice by this board. First on July 20th, the board considered the Riverview at Las Palmas Assisted Living Facility, which includes a continuum of care for elderly. And at that meeting, there was a motion to deny the project that failed at a tie vote. And then a motion to continue the project so that the full board could consider it on August 31st. On August 31st, the applicant requested a continuance, and that item was again continued to today's date. As of today, we have received a letter from the applicant requesting some additional time for consideration of some alternatives to the project that would include either monetary contributions for senior care facilities or an alternative residential project. So at this time, we'd ask if the board wants to consider remanding this project back to the staff and to the Planning Commission for consideration of alternatives. If not, staff would be happy to continue with the presentation on the Riverview Elderly Care Facility this time.
So can you just restate? So you're asking if the board wants to take action now?
Yes, based on the applicant's request, there is on the table the option of going back and working with staff to consider some alternatives to the project. There was an alternative analyzed in the final EIR for the Riverview project that included a residential subdivision, and there are some other potential options for amending the project on the table. We would need to go back and work with the applicant on potential revisions to the project and not take action on the item today. And it would come back to the board and the Planning Commission in a revised form if that's the path that we take. Otherwise, we can continue with today's hearing on the residential care facility project.
Super. So yeah, okay. So Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, I would feel comfortable, sending it back for the review that was commented on by staff in terms of looking at the two options and letting it then come back to us after those considerations are made by the Planning Commission. But that's where I'm sitting today. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Lopez. Before we proceed, I just want to very clearly state for the record that I watched the recording of the July 20th public hearing in detail more than once. So just that's very clearly be on record with that. So Supervisor Lopez would like to have this go back for a review of the two alternative options. I did have some comments that I wanted to throw into the mix, but if there's a strong preference, Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to add just in terms of procedure, are we going to hear from the applicant just in terms of any alternatives? Obviously, I at the last meeting, I was supportive of the project to meet the needs of our aging population. I think we all recognize there's a need of all different level types of housing. and certainly the services for our aging, but also any alternatives to that project in terms of just building additional units of housing. I'm excited to see these kind of projects move forward, and especially if we're able to include some affordable units, I think even more so. So I'd love to hear from the applicant on what potential alternatives are, and perhaps a level of affordable housing in that project. I know it'll get its full review by the Planning Commission, but it'd be good just to hear more from the applicant about what the alternative is.
Okay, so let's go ahead and proceed with the presentation for today, and then we can be clear in any direction that we give moving forward.
And just to preface that, Chair Askew, members of the board, this wouldn't be a presentation on the applicant's alternatives. This would be a continued presentation on the assisted living facility. Great.
Well,
This would be the same presentation that we've seen before, everyone except Wendy, who's watched it.
Yes.
well then,
It would abbreviated version.
yeah, I
Or we
don't
could-
see any reason in having that presentation, but I kind of would lean towards referring it back and taking a look at it. I could certainly support a residential development more than I could the commercial development, but that's just me, so.
Okay, so since we've all seen this presentation, let's hear from the applicant then. We did receive a letter. I'd like to allow 5 minutes for the applicant, and then if we could also allow 5 minutes for the community to speak as well through Christine Kemp, if that works for everyone. All right.
Thank you, Chair Askew, members of the board. Anthony Lombardo. Sorry, I can't show you my new goatee, but in the month that I was gone, the applicant and re-looked at this. The proposal that we initially had to include some below market rate rental units in the assisted living project is something that the county doesn't really have an official program to do. There may be better ways to assist seniors who wouldn't qualify to do this by financial contribution to other senior project programs. Unfortunately, the county doesn't have a program to do that either. So in my discussions with the staff, they supported or thought it would be good to have the opportunity for them to go back and look at how such a program of financial support for seniors from this project could be structured before it was considered by the Planning Commission or the Board of Supervisors. And then, as I said in my letter, having spoken to Ms. Kemp before I left, and she spoke to my office after I left, it's clear that the residents were never going to be in favor of Riverview, and they wanted something residential. So what we were able to draw up last week was a concept plan which provides 30 homes of the same size as the Las Palmas One homes that are single story and that would have 30% affordable housing component, which is extraordinarily high. In fact, I hope the board doesn't require all my clients to have projects like that, because I don't think this is an extraordinary circumstance with this client being willing to provide that high affordability. So in closing, we have 15 acres that's zoned medium density residential for 42 homes. That was zoned that way in the 2010 general plan, which has no reference whatsoever to the Las Palmas specific plan. There's water and sewer service available to the site, and really comes down to, if not here, then where? Because this is a site that is ready, willing, and able to be used to solve or help solve our housing problem. So we'd respectfully request that the board refer this back to staff and the commission and the ER consultant, of course, to flesh out the residential alternative, to work on a program for a financial contribution to assist seniors in their living circumstances rather than do it on site. And then we can come back to the board and the board can decide which project it likes better. So other than that, I'm happy to answer any questions, but thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Lombardo. Christine Kemp.
Good afternoon, Chair Askew and members of the board. On behalf of the Las Palmas, Christine Kemp, on behalf of the Las Palmas Homeowners Association, we spent a lot of time on this. And so today we're asking you to just deny the Riverview project. It seems that everyone is in agreement, or seems to be, at least my homeowners are, that a residential project on that side is a much more viable project than the Riverview project. Having money set aside to help seniors is wonderful, but it doesn't help with the fire access. It doesn't help with the fire situation, the street access, and all the other host of issues that were together with the Riverview project. So we'd ask that let's just stop the Riverview project today and vote no on it. And moving in the direction of one-story single-family homes is important, and we're happy to hear that. And Mr. Lombardo did in fact call, and at that time we had heard that they were interested in a 3 to 4 unit project. And I said, I think that I can get my homeowners, I think they'll support that. And so we were pretty excited that we would at least be having a dialogue, and that they were looking at a much less dense project. I spoke with Mr. Lombardo once. I thought I'd hear back, but he went on his vacation, and I spoke with Mr. Ellis a couple of times and asked, could they update us on the proposal, and we hadn't heard back. So when we got the letter, we see that the proposal is for 30 units. That's a lot. I'm hoping that there's some middle ground that we can find with the developer. I think that the developer has an interest in not alienating the community. And that was the impression I got from Mr. Lombardo when we spoke in August. So I'm hoping that we can deny the Riverview project, get that off the table, and have the applicant come back with a residential project, and we can work collaboratively to come up with something that the homeowners could support, as well as the owner, and try to lessen the controversy and work more collaboratively in a project that is supportable. So if we could take Riverview off the table today as a assisted living facility, and let's work on a residential project that would work for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. And we'll do public comment here in just a moment. Bear with me just a moment here. So I do just want to, I'm being that I'm the only one who hasn't had a chance to weigh in on this and share my thoughts. I do want to just take a moment to share a few of my my thoughts about this project and about the conversations. I've spent an extensive amount of time reading through the documents, visiting the property, watching the hearing, meeting with residents, meeting with the developer, speaking with our county HCD staff, our attorneys, senior housing advocates in the community, as county sustainability directors, fire chiefs. The list is long, the conversations that I've had and the research that I've had the opportunity to engage in. I've also learned a lot about what residential care facilities for the elderly are, how our specific plans in the county overlap or not with our general plan, the development, the combined development permit that's proposed for this project, and then many letters and emails, public comment to this board about this particular project. I think that when I think about what some of the driving considerations for me are, we do have an aging population, and we do need housing that accommodates the needs of our aging population. In many cases, allowing people to age in place in their homes is a great option, but we also know that keeps those single-family homes out of the housing market. So I think that there's a very clear and compelling argument for additional senior care housing beds that are smaller sized and already within locations where we have existing roads and existing infrastructure. When I look at the Las Palmas community, I see that this, I don't see any reason to not feel that this would be an appropriate location. There were, lots of comments and things that I heard. One of them being, would I want this in my backyard? And, I live in Marina. In my backyard, I have more homeless shelter beds than the rest of the county combined. In my backyard, we have a landfill and a wastewater treatment plant. In my backyard, we have upwards of thousands of homeless students living in dangerous, overcrowded conditions. I also have within 50 feet of my own home a senior residential care facility that is adjacent to my house. So I'm cognizant of some of these pieces that we have a responsibility to plan for in the future. The other piece that I really have thought significantly about in terms of two other pieces for this project, when we think about climate change and the demands that we have to make good decisions about our building, about our vehicle miles traveled, about transient-oriented development. We do know that multifamily housing developments are significantly more efficient than single-family detached homes. I have concerns about taking action that we can now to reduce the impact of climate change, given any development that we're approving here at the county. So that remains a big picture issue that I'm cognizant of and thoughtful too. And the other big one that I'm really having a difficult time reconciling is the affordability component in what's being proposed for the senior housing. We have a community that is not necessarily wealthy. We have a community that has a housing crisis because we don't have the number of affordable units that we need. What's being proposed does not address the affordability needs of our community. And the proposal for 15% rent reduction for a total of 15 beds for qualifying residents, it just seems highly unlikely to me that benefit would ever be fully accessed. So I am very curious to hear more about the proposal to generate some sort of alternative benefit to senior housing or senior programs. I would love to hear more about that. If you're able to provide us with that information today. When I run the numbers out, I'm looking at somewhere around 120. If you were to take that 15% that was proposed, I'm getting somewhere around $120,000 a year. And if you amortize that over 30 years, I'm somewhere around $3.6 million that would be available to, or would be, that I would propose that something in that range that would make it a viable, that would reconcile the lack of affordability that's being proposed. So there is no black and white on this where I sit, and I appreciate the option that's being proposed potentially that would be amenable to the neighbors. I think that is important. I'm honestly not excited about more market rate single family homes in a neighborhood that is outside of the city boundaries. I think that is not what we need. And I would be hard pressed to support that. However, finding a way that we can reconcile the affordability component within a high density, lower climate change impacted project would be something that is of interest to me. So I also want to recognize, I hear the concerns about the water. I do deeply have concerns that we are talking about an overdrafted basin. However, the paper water is there, so I'm not sure that there's a strong enough argument to deny based on that. The fire concerns, I do think getting rid of the eucalyptus trees would actually improve the fire safety of that area. Access for medical personnel, had long conversations with county EMS and the fire department and public works. I think that those are all things that can be addressed. The slope, there's a whole list of things that we've considered, that I've been considering, but for me, the affordability is really the one that I'm having a hard time coming to terms with. So want everyone to know where my thoughts are at on this, but we can, any other board conversation, otherwise we can go to public comment and then figure out what direction we want to give moving forward. All right, let's take it out to public comment. And we will start with the audience here in chambers. We'll put a minute 30 on the clock, and I just respectfully ask everyone to be cognizant of the time so that I don't have to interrupt. Once we're finished in chambers, we'll move out to Zoom comments as well. Thank you. Yep, perfect. And let's just do a quick microphone check. We were having some trouble this morning.
I can't hear a word you're saying.
Let's do a quick microphone check.
Yes, we can hear it via Zoom. You got confirmation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Can you hear me all right?
We can.
Okay, all right. Good afternoon, supervisors and council. I'm Roy Gobetz, a Las Palmas resident. I speak today as a private homeowner, and I ask that the project be denied. Thank you for your considerable time and thoughtful consideration shown for our concerns last July the 20th. You have many alligators to wrestle, and time is your most precious commodity. So we are truly thankful for that. I ask you to consider the following. For us this month, this project will be 6 years old. Quite a steep learning curve in civics and county processes. 2 Toro LUAC meetings, 2 big fat EIRs, about 500 pages each, 3 assigned planners. I'm sorry to hear that Joe Sador is gone now. He was a very good guy to work with. 2 planning commission meetings that were very long. One was called a workshop. Many hundreds of letters, untold hours of preparation, phone calls, and neighborhood meetings. Countless scheduled postponements by this hearing body and others. And we have to be ready every time. And we never asked for a continuance. And now this is our 3rd BOS today, and it's possible that there'll be a 4th one coming. We would dearly appreciate closure on the process for PLN 15372 as it is presented today. If the applicant wishes to pursue another objective, he's absolutely entitled to open it. May I continue my thought? Thank you. He's absolutely entitled to open a new application, and we can certainly look at that. But today I ask you not to move the present goalposts. Let's put a punctuation point on this project now, today. Please complete your vote today as promised to us on the 20th of July and continue to the 31st of August, and now today. Let's move on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Board of Supervisors, my name is John McCormick. I am an advocate for affordable housing. I am afraid that you follow the numbers. We only have in the Salinas area here of major senior facilities is only 356 beds. I've been tracking the census tract 107.01. In 2019, that area has 6,464 population. Of that, there was 20% of that population that was over 65. And as we understand why that's 65 is a retirement age for many people. And now in 2026, we have 6,785 people in that census tract. We now have 23% of seniors in that area. Now that's 1,558 people will need housing, not going into the farmland or any of this other stuff. It's a tragedy that you're not going to allow seniors to have a special service. I'd like to make sure that the county representatives here are looking at the best for everybody in this county. This is not fair because of 100 people or houses here in that phase 1. We've made this a terrible, terrible process to go through. And there's very little room in Salinas specifically for a density of what we're talking about. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other public comment in chambers today? If you could approach the microphone. All right, we'll move on to Zoom for public comment. All right, and if you're with us on Zoom and you'd like to share public testimony for the Riverview at Las Palmas Assisted Living Senior Facility public hearing, please raise your hand so that I can call on you. We'll start with Karen, followed by Eloise.
Hi, I'm assuming this is me that you're.
Yep.
Okay, good.
Karen, we're talking to you. Thank you for joining
Perfect.
us.
I mean, I knew it was me, but Hi, I'm Karen Curtis. I'm a resident of Las Palmas One. I spoke at the last hearing. Very interesting comments today. One thing that I would like to bring forward is that, again, you know, when we purchased our homes in Las Palmas One, we purchased to have a home in a small community in the country. It was our choice. If we had wanted to purchase a home in more of a metropolitan area, perhaps within the city limits of Salinas, the city limits of Marina, that's our choice as well. And you have to be open to other development around that home. But for most of us, this is our biggest single asset. And if you were to develop this into the Riverview senior community, you're devaluing our purchase. And while it may seem selfish, in a sense, it's not. These are our homes. A residential development could be agreed upon. I could see that. I don't know if 30 homes would be amenable to a 15-acre process, but please consider what we purchased. If we chose to purchase in the country, and you can't change the song in the middle of the dance. It's not right, and I hope the members consider that.
Thank you for joining us again, Karen. Eloise, followed by Shelley.
Okay, this is Eloise Shem speaking. Can you hear my?
We've got you, Eloise. Thank you for joining us.
Well, I just want to comment that so much money and planning for retirement communities, and only the very wealthy can live there. The sad news is that whether seniors stay in their homes or go to one of those facilities, the possibility of them being embezzled is real and it's commonplace. I just read about a couple living at home in the Bay Area with children and grandchildren living nearby, and their caregiver making $25 an hour embezzled nearly $400,000 from their bank and savings account. So, and that was during the pandemic. So people take advantage of the elderly without a blink of an eye. And rather than being able to retire peaceably, seniors have to be vigilant, or their families have to be, about the myriad of scam artists ready to hover over them like vultures. And I think it's really sad. So whether you pass this or you don't pass it, seniors have a big burden to bear in this community. In any community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments today, Eloise. Next up, we have Shelley.
Burden to bear.
Shelley, we'll need you to unmute the microphone on your side.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Thank you for hearing us today. You know, we're back here asking this original project. We're very appreciative of all the time and thought that's gone into this from each and every one of you. We've had thoughtful conversations. 6 years into this project, you know, as a homeowners group and as individuals, none of us are opposed to development. What we've asked for is that the development conforms to the original residential plan. When we were here in July, Supervisor Adams was, pardon me, was chairing the meeting. And the question was asked if, you know, new information can be brought back. And we were told, and the community was told very specifically, that today's meeting would be a follow-up. You know, Supervisor Wendy, you weren't able to be here. It was about getting that fifth vote. And so what we would ask today is that for all of us that have been working on this, that we have a punctuation mark and an end and a vote regarding the senior facility. We certainly are amenable to coming back and discussing, you know, conforming residential plans and what that looks like. But today we're appreciative of all the time that's gone into this, all the thought, all the consideration, and we ask that you just see this through with a vote on what has been proposed to date. Thank you.
Thank you, Shelley. Is there any other public comment today, either on Zoom or in chambers? Last call for public comment. Okay, we have 2 more hands raised on Zoom. We'll start with Mark, followed by Denise.
Yes, hi, thank you for the opportunity. I've been living in Las Palmas 1 since it opened in 1989. Again, buying the property with the idea that it was a residential community, and that's the way it was zoned. And that's the way Parcel Q was zoned for 3 residences. We have no objections to the construction of those 3 residences that meet the needs of the public, provide some housing and so forth. This proposed project, the land originally was sold for about $150,000 to the applicant, according to public record. It's on the market, has been on the market now for $6.8 million with the changes in zoning proposed and so forth. I'm not against anyone earning money. This is, by the way, is the second project like that for this applicant. But the bottom line is that the proposed development is not affordable housing. It is going to be expensive. It is going to range between $7,000 and $10,000 a month for a resident to live there. That is not affordable. There are other parcels locally around. You might even take a look at the Kmart in Salinas. That property is on the market. There are other parcels that are on the market that don't have the same kinds of issues and restrictions that the Las Palmas property does, because the Las Palmas property was never intended when the developers built it to do anything other than provide 3 residential units on the hill. That's what we propose. That's what was proposed here. And I assume that that's what will be voted on today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Next up, we have Denise. Denise, we've given you permission to unmute your microphone. You'll need to unmute it from your computer. Try that one more time. Okay, we're not getting Denise's audio. Denise, do you want to try hitting your unmute button one more time? All right, we're not getting any audio from Denise. I'm going to do one last call for public comment. Denise, we're not able to hear you, so we've given you permission to unmute. I'm going to do one more call for Denise, if you're able to unmute your microphone. Okay, otherwise I'm going to close public comment now, and we'll bring it back to the board for discussion. I do have a couple questions, Eric, if I'll. Sure. Oh, we've got a bunch of hands raised here, so bear with me. So could you speak a little bit more to what a financial benefit agreement for the community would look like and how that could be structured?
We don't know.
We don't know.
We don't currently have a program for such, but we are innovative, and we can create something within the legal constructs that we have available to us. So we'd have to go back and revisit that and see what options we do have. It would be, I think, in comparison to what we currently have for our inclusionary housing provisions that enable a payment of a certain amount of money to go into a trust fund that then can be allocated to affordable housing projects. It sounds similar to that, but perhaps it needs to be framed a little differently as it might relate to senior services or any other community benefit that would be identified by the board. But truly, to answer your question, I don't know the answer to that until we have a moment to go back, evaluate, see what options that we might have to then ultimately bring those back to the board for consideration.
Okay, so is that something that we could give direction on today, or is that something you would need more time to draft and then bring something back?
if that is the direction of the board, it's within your discretion to do that. Ultimately, I would think it would be a separate action on developing that program first and all of the reviews and considerations that would go into that. And then once we get that program established, then subsequent direction from the board to have that apply to this particular project.
Okay, great. Thank you. Les, I just one of the questions that was raised in public comment that I'm hoping you can address was the change in new information presented today. Can you just speak briefly to that?
Yes, Chair. There's no prohibition on receiving new information today. The matter was come back before you for consideration, and the applicant has indicated he would like an alternative in the EIR further studied, which he's entitled to ask for. So you can consider any information that was presented to you today by the staff, by the public, in considering whether to grant the request of the applicant to refer it back to staff, but you're also entitled to vote up or down on the project as presented as well.
Okay, thank you. Questions from my colleagues? Supervisor Phillips?
No, only you're the swing vote, so it's how you want to direct. Like I said, I could consider. I wouldn't turn around and change my view if it was a stated commercial operation. If housing was provided there, whether 30 units is right or 25 or some, but a housing unit, I could support that. But the call is really yours, whether you want to send it back or move forward on an up and down vote.
Great. I mean, and if we can ask the applicant, I mean, and maybe both of the attorneys who are here, what is the likelihood that the community would come to agreement with the applicant around what a future project might look like? Is there a realistic scenario in which the community would be supportive of a project that the developer would be interested in developing?
Anthony Lombard on behalf of the applicant, but was certainly willing to continue to try. I think when referring this back to the staff and the planning commission will give us time to have further discussions with the community regarding whether they would, obviously 3 doesn't work for anything or anyone, but with the further environmental analysis that would need to be done on the residential alternative, referring this back gives the staff the ability to develop the program that Mr. Lundquist described. The EIR consultant will flush out the residential alternative. There is a description, broadly speaking, in the EIR now, but not a specific description. So that gives the EIR consultant the ability and the board then to see what the impacts and benefits are of residential development. So I think we will certainly commit to dialogue with the neighbors during the period of the referral back, and then it'll go to the planning commission for a recommendation. It needs to go to the planning commission anyway, because it's still tied to the amendment to the Las Palmas specific plan. So it needs to go back to the planning commission for a recommendation anyway. So we can do all that then, and hopefully we could reach closure. And I hope, I didn't have a chance to speak to Christine last week when I left her message, and when I got back, she was gone. So, but I hope they can appreciate the fact that we're looking at this alternative as a real effort to try and address their concerns. But anyway, and that way the board will have the option when it comes back to see which project it prefers and which way we go. Thank you.
Yes, Christine Kemp on behalf of the homeowners. Clearly, homes on that site are preferable to the project that has been before you. And we are willing to sit down with the developers and work out some type of a compromise. I think it could be in everyone's best interest. So we would appreciate that opportunity to do that and stop all the wrangling that's gone on for years. I think everybody's had a very valid point. I don't think anyone's tried to be an obstructionist or raise issues that aren't real. And it would be nice for everyone to be able to come to some closure on that property. So we would support the ability to try to work that out. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, sorry. So sorry, Christine, Ms. Kemp, So you're suggesting that the community would appreciate the additional time to engage with the developer to find some
Well, unless
potential
you're going
common
to vote to
ground?
deny today, but I don't see that in the cards. So, and clearly, a residential project is more in tune with what is going on with Las Palmas.
Okay, thank you. Let me go to Supervisor Lopez first, and then I'll come to Supervisor Adams.
Oh, I was going to, okay, yes,
Thank
that's
you.
fine.
Supervisor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, listening to everything, I would like to just move this project today and then, but leave the door open if they want to come back with a conversation. At this point, I'm hearing the need for closure. I'm hearing 3 votes. I support the trust fund, the housing trust fund option. But if they come back working together and bring us another option, I just hate to go through this again, right? To come back and reopen that door and have it a whole other fight if there isn't an ability to come to compromise. And so if that's an ability, that's something I would be comfortable with today. Give it an approval, let it move, but let them go back and talk. And if they want to bring us a different option through the planning commission, I'm good with that too. But I just don't want it coming back for the exact same argument one more time, saying you're revisiting once again. So that's where I'm sitting today. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Adams.
Perhaps I'm not reading the tea leaves correctly, but the way I see the options at this point is that we have the opportunity to either vote on the original program, and if it is 3 votes that vote to pass it, then everything's off the board, and that's what we have. Or we have the opportunity to send it back to staff to take a look at the second option, which is the housing option. Is that essentially correct?
Yes,
That's
Supervisor.
correct, Supervisor.
So then I would make a motion for us to go move to take the project back to the staff to come back to the expanded EIR or whatever needs to be done to be able to take a look at the new project, as well as not totally sinking everything that we have into the senior housing project, which could pass if it were voted on today. So that's my motion, to send it back to staff to look at the second option, which includes the housing component.
And just for clarity, Supervisor, as members of the board, it would be an evaluation through the environmental impact report, and then there would be a decision on what the preferred alternative is, and or if it's the actual project. So when we bring that forward, all of that information will be presented back through the Planning Commission on recommendation to the board.
Thank you. So it's that or risk just having the senior housing program as it stands, correct?
If you
If
approve the
that's how- if
project
that's how the
as it
board
is
voted.
currently drafted in your resolutions and approval documents today, it would be just that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So my motion stands then to take it back to staff for further review, looking at the housing option.
Well, I would second that, and I don't like just delaying it, but my concern is if it does pass, this is going to go to one of my former colleagues up on the bench, and if we can come to some compromise that doesn't entail that, I think it's in everybody's interest. But it's you're the controlling vote.
All right, so this, and there's nothing about this that's black and white from where I sit, and I think I made that clear in my earlier comments. Is there an option today to move to give the direction around the community benefit program, the concept, putting some amount on what that would look like, and then approve it with that as an additional condition? Or do we need to have that come back with additional information?
You mentioned that if that's the discretion of the board, then yes, we can go evaluate it through the environmental assessment, see if there's a program that we can establish that would provide those options for the developer to place funds into an account that then is allocated to certain projects that the board sees fits into that program. So that is something that we can evaluate if we were to take it back through the Planning Commission.
Okay, as part of Supervisor Adams' motion.
Correct.
Okay, so yeah, I guess I'm not excited about the idea of more single family homes being built and out away from city centers. And I do think we need the senior housing But without an ability to reconcile the affordability component or being able to propose what that looks like as part of a motion today, I think it does default me back to supporting Supervisor Adams and her motion that's on the table. Unless there's some way that staff can help craft. Charles, maybe is there a way that something could be crafted that could allow for action to be given today, being that we don't have the details of what that would look like or how it would function?
Yeah, I think your motion could be that if you're looking at the current project that's being proposed, I think you could have a motion that says that it's not tentative approval. What's the term there, Les? Sorry, the resolution of intent essentially to approve the project with that component on there.
Here, I would also point out, I don't think Supervisor Adams' motion included the community benefit analysis, and you would have to ask her if that would be a friendly amendment to her motion.
Okay, so I guess where I sit is really, if there's a way that the community can find agreement on this, I would definitely prefer to have the residents work this out with the developer so that it's not this board having to tell you what's going to happen and what's not going to happen in your neighborhood and in your community. I haven't seen that that's happened over the last 6 years, so I'm not sure that how much faith I want to put into that moving forward. But in the spirit of working, allowing for those conversations to work themselves out, Supervisor Adams, would you consider adding in the community benefit affordability component to be something that staff brings back as part of your direction?
So it would be an additional part of analysis only. It is not giving any recommendation to the project itself. It's simply looking at what the additional benefit could well be from $150,000 a year, I think is the number that you had said you thought it would be about, that would go into senior programs.
Yeah, the number that I had, and I would defer to staff to clarify, if it was the 15% that we're talking about that the developer had proposed, amortizing that out over 30 years to get to something that pays out to benefit senior housing programs for Monterey County residents.
Yes, Supervisor Adams, to the chair. The subsidy of that 15% reduction in the leases for the assisted living, it ends up being about $120,000. And a typical affordable housing project might have a term of 30 years on a rental, or sometimes in perpetuity. So if we took a 30-year times the 120, that's where that figure is coming from. But ultimately, that is something that staff could evaluate, working with the project proponents and the opponents, and trying to come up with a figure that might be amenable to them.
So you essentially would be looking at several things when we send it back to you, right?
Yes.
The original project with the benefit analysis and the housing unit.
That is correct.
Okay. With that in mind, yes, I will accept that as a friendly amendment.
Okay. So we have a motion from
the second.
Yep, we do. We have a motion from Supervisor Adams, a second from Supervisor Phillips. Supervisor Alejo.
I think this is an interesting conversation, considering the last time this came up, as this alternative provides another option for us to consider. But I don't think it should be discounted in any way to have these additional housing units with 30% affordability. I think is the highest percentage out of any, I think, that we've considered, at least in my 5 years as a supervisor. So I certainly don't want to discount that. And it's not like it's adjacent to existing neighborhoods on River Road, not to mention a zoo, a few small commercial businesses, and infrastructure in terms of water and sewage. So this is not like it's isolated by itself out there. It would be adding on to the existing neighborhood, obviously. But I do want us to be able to evaluate that very seriously. And it's really, I think, something the neighbors there would want to consider, whether they want to have services that are going to serve seniors out on top, or have the additional housing units with multiple family members, children's, multiple cars, a different consideration in terms of impacts to the existing neighborhood. But certainly, if we're going to be able to have this come back, hopefully not in a very long portion of time, to be able to evaluate both and the original application with the community benefit agreement. My question to County Council is how, or staff, if we send this back, how long will it take for us to have this reconsidered at the full board?
I'll have to turn to staff for part of the answer, but as Mr. Lundquist said, it will have to go back through the Planning Commission. I don't know how long it will take for the environmental consultant to flesh out the alternative a little bit better. Mr. Lundquist?
Yeah, well, actually, the first step will be to have the applicant provide us with a tentative subdivision map. Along with that will come some preliminary engineered improvement plans so we can clearly evaluate that alternative within the environmental impact report. Because it does require an amendment to the specific plan, the Planning Commission does need to provide a recommendation to the Planning Commission. That said, we do need to get a revision to the contract for the EIR consultant. So there is another layer there and timeline associated with it. Ultimately, I would think the effort for the environmental impact report, it could take a year to get all of those documents together, provide the analysis, go to the Planning Commission, and then ultimately back to the board for consideration.
Thank you for that clarification. I just wanted some realistic timelines for the public, the neighborhood residents, and all of us to kind of know realistically when this will be back to us. So thank you for that honesty.
You're welcome.
All right, is there any further comment or discussion from the board? Seeing none, we'll take a roll call vote on the motion.
Supervisor Alejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Adams,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Askew.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. And I do hope that there is some opportunity for a reasonable compromise, and when this comes back, that there is the ability to find some level, medium ground of support. Thank you. All right, next up, number 9 is to receive a report outlining the proposed framework and next steps for the implementation and funding of a local equity program. I'd like to introduce Joanne Iwamoto and Miles. I'm gonna get your name right. It's Echene. Miles Echene. Thank you. Thank you.
I don't know if we can make it.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, are we ready? Okay, thank you. Chair Askew and members of the board, Joanne Iwamoto, Cannabis Program. Here with me today is Miles Echenick and Norma Aceves, both Cannabis Program Analysts. On August 31st, the board approved the equity assessment. The program promised to return within 6 to 8 weeks to provide a cannabis equity framework as well as the applicant criteria. If approved, the framework will then need to be developed, such as guidelines to inform implementation and continue partnerships both internally and externally. I should point out that the equity program is significantly dependent on the proposed funding awards of the Local Assistance Jurisdiction Program and the Go Biz Equity Grants. The program plans to request an equity staff person with the Local Assistance Jurisdiction Program grant. The war on drugs disproportionately impacted communities of color and other minorities. Our goal will be to ensure equity, diversity, and inclusion in the commercial cannabis industry to our best ability. Social equity programs provide this opportunity and serves as a gateway to mitigate the impacts and to right wrongs. The Cannabis Equity Program comes at a very good time as Colibri, the Racial Equity and Justice Local Learning Series, has also launched. The program plans to continue with our collaboration with our internal divisions, such as the Office of Community Engagement and Strategic Advocacy and Workforce Development Board as examples. Staff has conducted interviews and reviewed other local juris equity programs, and these programs have not come without their fair share of hurdles. We are learning from others and recommend a step-oriented approach so that we can be mindful when we are enacting and aligning our goals, our plans, to continue to look at other jurisdictions and the problems that they've experienced in order that we can hopefully not continue in those paths. And we recommend to start small. Today, we will present the Cannabis Program Equity Framework, the criteria, and the request to gain approval of the resolution. The resolution is the state template. We will apply for the Go Biz Tier 2 grant in December and keep the board informed of our progress. The program must have an adopted equity program before we are able to apply for the Go Biz Equity Tier 2 grant later this fall. Next slide. Growing Equity Together, or what we're going to refer to as the GET program, is the proposed title and logo as shown on your screen. And I'd like to acknowledge Miles for creating the logo and the catchy name. The goal of the GET program is to reduce barriers to licensure and employment in the licensed commercial cannabis industry that were identified through the equity assessment and which aligns with multiple grant funding initiatives from the state of California. This proposed GET program was developed with a phased implementation in mind and with a specific emphasis on ensuring that benefits are extended to individuals the program is intended to serve. After reviewing equity programs within the city and county of San Francisco, the city of Oakland, and the counties of Humboldt and Mendocino, and discussing with our district attorney's office, program staff has prepared applicant criteria that can be reliably verified and has been crafted with an intention to serve those that have been impacted. This was done intentionally to allow for the implementation to occur in a very focused manner, which will allow staff to scale up the GET program more effectively. Miles will now review the proposed criteria, benefits, and then we will discuss next steps.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair Chu. That's a joke, I'm sorry. Askew. Miles Etchen, a cannabis analyst for the cannabis program. So here in front of you, staff is proposing that the applicants first meet the initial qualifier, which aligns the equity program criteria with parameters for cultivation type and canopy limits pursuant to the recently adopted AB 160. In addition to this initial qualifier, the applicants must satisfy 3 of the following criteria, which are being convicted of a nonviolent cannabis-related offense, an individual from any group with a protected status, a household income below the California poverty level, or a primary resident of Monterey County for at least 5 years between the period of 1971 and 2016. As Joanne referenced before, these criteria were chosen as staff believe each of these have a form of documentation that can be relied upon for verification. Next slide, please. So the program framework has been developed into 6 components, a revolving loan program for low or no interest loans. And it should be noted that with this, additional time will be needed to properly set up that program, if that is the board's desire. Staff recommends a system of checks and balances to ensure that an applicant is making progress towards using the grant monies. Using the Tier 2 Go Biz as an example, 80% of that award would be allocated to low or no interest loans for equity applicants. Staff has confirmed with the Go Biz staff that any monies that are returned by the applicant do not need to be returned to the state and can be folded into a revolving loan program. Technical assistance is technical assistance with cannabis-related business. The legal assistance will provide legal services, including expungement, but it should be noted that this is not intended to involve staff from the district attorney. Instead, this program would rely on partnerships with organizations like the Hood Incubator to host expungement clinics that inform individuals on the next steps needed to expunge their records. Shared use facilities would allow operators to share a single licensed premise. However, staff is still exploring this concept and its implementation, which may take the form of an incubator program with applicants utilizing space within an existing operation or through a shared use facility. Staff has identified an operational shared use cannabis facility within the city of Oakland. Locally, the program has identified the Agriculture and Land-Based Training Association, ALBA, and the El Pajaro Community Development Corporation as successful models to possibly imitate. Application or permit fee waivers would provide waivers for local permit or license requirements. However, through discussions with other jurisdictions, staff has learned that one addresses the departmental revenue gaps through the general fund, while another will manage these payments directly on behalf of the equity applicant through interdepartmental MOUs and journal transfers, and those are funded through the grant or cannabis tax revenue. The RRR program is retirement, remediation, and relocation, which would allow for the transfer of development rights. This concept was originally inspired by Humboldt County, and through discussions with constituents who are interested in outdoor cultivation, staff learned that several were made ineligible for the outdoor cultivation pilot program due to no longer owning or leasing the property. So this benefit would provide them with a pathway into the licensed industry. Based on the board's direction to phase this implementation, and because the program would be applying for the Go Biz Tier 2 grant, we concur and would like to implement thoughtfully and slowly. Staff feels it would be wise to start small and gain that work experience with our equity applicants and return to the board if we feel that some of the component areas need to be adjusted. And then we would measure the performance through indicators that will assist the board in understanding how the equity dollars have been utilized. And I will pass now back to Joanne for next steps.
Okay, thank you, Miles. So the proposed next steps, should the board approve this program framework and the resolution, that would be number one. Number two would be to identify staff for the equity program. And currently the program is working on the award for the Board of State and Community Corrections grant. And then we are also earmarked, as you are aware, for $1.7 million for the local jurisdiction assistance grant program. Number three, we begin drafting structure and guidelines for each component, if approved. Number four, we would coordinate and schedule focus groups with stakeholders to ensure we have identified the specific systemic barriers and injustices previously faced and how to tailor our program so it meets those needs accordingly. The next step would be to draft and prepare amendments to Monterey County Code Chapter 7.9. We would then need to identify and coordinate with HCD for the amendments to Titles 20 and 21 regarding the RRR program. We would then simultaneously be creating our application for the Go Biz Equity Tier 2 grant by December 13th, 2021. And I just would like to share that we have been in communication with the Go Biz State Coordinator because we worked on the Tier 1 grant, and we want to make sure that not that he can ensure that we will be awarded, but that we have the proper documents and the proper information needed. And then we would like to continue to report back to the full board with a status update on these steps. The equity programs that in talking with other jurisdictions, we have found that they represent a significant administration within whoever is managing them, with multiple layers of equity applicant verification, obviously that's involved. It's also important to note that there will be several grant funding opportunities made available to jurisdictions that do have equity programs. The local assistance grant, the grant that we are earmarked for 1.7, if all those monies, the 100 million that was earmarked for these jurisdictions, if there's any monies that have not been used, jurisdictions, the ones that have been earmarked and those outside of that would be allowed to apply for additional funding. And as we've seen before, the state will authorize additional funding if you have an equity program. Lastly, we just want to note that we are doing a lot of research and we're following jurisdictions on what they're doing. Recently, Los Angeles amended an ordinance to allow or to limit their new retail and delivery business entities to only social equity applicants until January of 2025. With that said, we have found that some jurisdictions, all of their operators are equity applicants. The way this program is tailored, that is not our intention. And that is why the criteria is, there's a short list. There's not a long list of criteria, but that they do need to meet that first one and then 3 of the last 4. And with that, that concludes our presentation and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Supervisor Phillips?
Yeah, I have a major concern about it because, I mean, we asked your staff, you have a staff now, we actually have a group that is looking at how we can be more efficient countywide, not just with your staff, but you're insisting that to implement this, you have to add an additional person for the staff. You can't do it with your present staff.
Well, I'm not insisting. What I'm saying is that the program will be taking on, we have one grant that we're currently working on that is a 3-year grant. We're taking on these additional 2, and the equity program is not a simple program to implement and to sustain. And the staff, the program staff, the 5 that we have now, we can do this, but we will have to let go of something else. We will not be able to continue all the work that we're currently doing. Now, with that said, if all of the land use permits and the cannabis business permits are issued within the next 6 to 9 months, then we're not going to have any problems. But if we are still working on local authorization for the permits, I just don't see how the staff currently can take on this extra workload. But we will do whatever the board directs us to do. But I see that if we're continuing on and we are awarded these 2 additional grants, I am just not seeing how the program has the capacity to do so. And I know that you hear this a lot. You hear that staff, works a lot of hours and they put in a lot of extra time. I can just say personally, I do. And I don't have any more, I just don't have the hours in the days anymore to do this by myself. So we're happy to do as we are directed, but I do think it's important to note that it's a tremendous amount of workload to manage 3 grants.
Well, I gotta say, I have a little trouble with the concept of the public money, and not your department, but the state center. We're going to spend money on this equity thing on the marijuana. But the people we were trying to say stay away from it, now we're saying we want you to come in. And it seems to me we can say, okay, just because you've had marijuana convictions before, you are eligible. But starting a marijuana business is expensive and not easy. And already we have, so spending state money, even though it's coming to us, for this equity concept that I'm not sure I can quite understand. And then when we have all the marijuana growers coming in and saying we're overproducing, we need 2 shots a year because we're producing too much. There's so much on there, and then saying we're going to have to add more staff for a project that, frankly, I have a real question with. I realize it's state money coming in, but it's public money that maybe we should use for housing and water and a lot of other things. So, but that's my view with statewide. So thank you.
May I add another point? So can you go back to the slide that has the components?
On that.
There you go. So under the component of technical assistance, we may need to consider changing the name for that because that is a very broad area. It also includes training and that develops skills. So as an example, let's say I'm an equity applicant and I don't necessarily want to own my business, but my goal is that I want to be a senior manager in a local business, in a local commercial cannabis business. So they would be afforded the opportunity to learn how to grow, learn how to manage, understand a business plan, the type of skill set that would be required to obtain such a position. So not every applicant is going to want to necessarily own their business. They may want to work in the industry, and right now they may not be eligible to do so. I just wanted to point that out.
Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you. I appreciate Supervisor Phillips's comments. I think I echoed some of them about just having a realistic program. And I think that's reflected. I think staff took our input last meeting and has a list of more realistic, viable options to include in an equity program. And I did want to say that every cannabis cultivating county, at least the largest ones in California, already have a program like this. We were one of the last ones to do it for obviously staffing pressures because we were doing a lot of, with the new industry in our county. We're number 4 in terms of cultivation in the state currently. And we're dealing with some other high time consuming issues such as the outdoor cannabis program, hemp, and enforcement. And so we kind of trailed this for some time, but the time has come for us to also be able to have a program, and like I said, not I think one that's within reason, but I think one that will work better to try to create more opportunities. And as I said, it's not just looking at those who were previously criminalized to have a foot in the industry, but I also want to make sure that we're looking at just the diversity of the industry itself in terms of racial or gender diversity, to make sure that not just people with access to large capital can hire the people with the know-how and to make the investments, but it's also really looking at our industry so we provide opportunities so that the industry itself could be, as a goal, reflective of the people of Monterey County. I remember when I was in the legislature, when the industry was just taking off, a lot of the business and entrepreneurs in cannabis used to tell me, Luis, at the conventions that we have in Vegas, you see very little diversity among the industry leaders, so they even pointed out numerous years ago that needed to be addressed in a new industry. And I had the similar concerns when it came to the renewable energy, that when we see jobs in electric solar panel systems, that we also see the benefit for the diverse constituents that we represent. So just when the equity for me meant a little bit broader than just those previously criminalized under our state laws. But I did want to ask Joanne, because there is a benefit for Monterey County. We've been dealing with this big issue of provisional licenses, and the state has been saying, well, if you have an equity program, there is a benefit to be able to have more time under the provisional licenses to to be able to get through permitting for many of the industry leaders. So I wonder if Joanne could elaborate a little bit more on that point about if we have an equity program, what other benefits do we have in terms of state timelines and the use of provisional licenses?
Yes, Supervisor Alejo, that is correct. If you are an equity applicant, you will have additional time to obtain your annual license. So the provisional license will be renewed. And I'm particularly concerned with our outdoor grow applicants, the proposed applicants. And I have been speaking with that particular group, and I have been urging them that it is very important that if they are going to move forward, they need to make that application to HCD for the land use permit, and then be prepared if our equity program is approved and the applications go out, to be prepared to see if they might qualify. So that is correct.
Thank you for that. And I know that these programs, especially a new program, it took a lot of time to research and learn from what other counties have done. And I think we had some benefit there because we were able to learn what worked and what didn't work. So when counties were implementing their own programs and not really having much guidance from other counties, because everybody was kind of doing it at the same time. So we have some benefit at this point in time. But I think the way the state legislature and the governor set this up, it's like it really became part of the industry standard to have equity programs in the county for all the reasons stated. But I understand that with the limited staff we have now, we're not going to be able to have a successful program if we don't put some additional resources to be able to establish the equity program. And I'm glad that we were successful in getting some dollars to get it started from the state. But there needs to be an ongoing commitment to have a successful program on here. If we're going to do this, we want to do it right and make sure that it achieves the intended outcomes that I think it could have for Monterey County's cannabis industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor. Can we pull the questions up so we can see the faces on the Zoom? I'm sorry, pull the screen down, stop the share screen. And then Supervisor Adams, I've got you up next.
Thank you. First, thank you so much for coming back so quickly with this recommendation on how to structure a cannabis equity program. I appreciate the comments that were made previously about now we've had an opportunity to see how it works in other counties and we're able to replicate that. So I also appreciate your good management by looking at what's come before us. And had just a couple of quick questions, but can you just clarify if the administrative staff position that would be noted in the report, that's going to be grant funded from the GoBiz grant? Is that essentially
we're
right,
going
or-
to propose that
Okay.
because it is I'm sorry, it's not the GoBiz Tier 2. It is the local jurisdiction assistance program grant, which is a 3-year term grant.
Got it.
And so, yes, it will be through that grant. I don't know if the position will be fully funded, but that's what we're trying to detail out now. What is a volume of work that it will take specifically to create the equity program, create the guidelines for the implementation, work with whichever leading agency department on any ordinance that needed to be amended, and then start reviewing the grant application, the equity applications, and start moving forward with the program. And that is why the program really believes we need to start small for this first year, because we need to see how this works. We need to look at and really study our time that it takes us to conduct all of the assessments and to follow the applicants, and then come back with further proposals.
And I assume
that time
that someplace within the existing cannabis staff, they would also be working to acquire the other grants that they would be able to leverage through being an equity.
Yes,
county,
because
correct?
the local equity jurisdiction program grant does have a component of equity within it. And then, of course, the Go Biz Tier 2 grant is the full equity assessment. I'm sorry, not equity assessment, is the equity grant.
Okay.
So there might be a variance or a delta of the staff person's salary that may not be picked up by a grant. But because the program now receives the cannabis business permit revenue, we're going to work with our finance manager to see if the program can cover that delta.
Okay, thank you for that. I particularly like the focus group component because there's nothing more effective than going to the people who are actually in the program and doing it to ask them, what do you really need in order for us to be able to craft the right program? So I very much appreciate that. I also appreciate your very candid comment that the bandwidth just is not there to do this on your own. I thank you very much because I know what a dedicated worker you are, and I'm sure your team is in line with that as well. Was very pleased to see the R program included with this, and wanted to know if you have any idea as far as the time sensitivity to get those eligible for the program, if they would be on the same time frame as the R program. So example, if you know that there's someone who's on a provisional license, essentially, are they also going to need the R to be able to do it? And will it be marching along at the same time?
That would be our desire for it to be working in parallel, but I turn around and I look back at Eric and Craig because I am going to need to, the program will need to be working with them in tandem because there will be amendments that are needed to, I believe, Title 20 and 21, but Craig is approaching.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. If you speak up.
I thought you were getting us to leave, but no, that's so much
I-
better. Yeah.
I should
You're
have
like,
a
oh, they're
while
calling on
ago,
me now.
actually.
I'm out of here. All right.
I should have got out when I could. Craig Spencer with Housing and Community Development. If I understand the question correctly, it's do we need the R program to serve those people that would qualify for the equity outdoor? It probably, I don't know who's out there and who qualifies. There is a component of it that will require HCD if we're taking lead to develop that program. And now that the state doesn't have that same provision under CEQA, we'll have to do some CEQA analysis on that as well to get that program established. And then once that program is established, it kind of depends on how it's structured. It could be available for anyone who's interested in the program offered to them as a method of transferring a historically used property or someone who's historically cultivated cannabis to a site that's appropriate within the county. Or it could just be limited to only those that qualify. We haven't decided all of those details, but that would probably take some time and it would compete with our priorities within our department as well.
So I want to make sure that I understood that correctly. So you're saying that if somebody is not qualified to be an equity grower, essentially, they will not be prohibitive from the R program, right? The R program is going to go ahead, and if you're not an equity candidate, you can still move forward with R. Or do you have to be an equity candidate to move forward with R?
It depends on how we structure the R program when we write it. I believe there has been a desire to have a R program outside of the equity program, and the equity program now is driving that as an opportunity for those who need it as well as those who want it.
And I imagine that the numbers of people who are in both categories will sort of drive the determination on how you want to go forward with it.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thanks for not leaving until we had our questions answered as well. I think actually that's it, except to say that I support moving forward with the grant application and the resolution before us, and I'm at the appropriate time happy to make that as a motion.
Thank you. Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question to staff in terms of that staffing question that was raised. Has it been considered, or have we discussed potentially using a consultant to assist us with that work I know that there's firms out there that are starting to specialize in this. I'm just curious if it's something we chased.
Supervisor Lopez, no, we have not, but we could consider that option to not request a full-time equivalent staff person, but to look into a consultant. Thank you.
Thank you. Just that's something that I would support. I know it doesn't have to be part of the resolution. I'm supportive of the language and everything else we've put together, but looking at that to potentially coincide with the length of the grant might be a smart way to for us to approach this, knowing that there's some expertise being developed out there. Thank you.
All right. I just have just a brief question on the proposed criteria to qualify applicants. There's an initial qualifier, but we're adding the 3 of the following 4 additional criteria, and that's a local decision that we're adding those 3 of the additional 4 on this. Did you want to answer that? Okay.
Chair Askew, yes. So the initial qualifier outline it aligns with the provisional licensing parameters that we've been discussing for equity applicants. So that was sort of the initial threshold, and then the other 3 are again sort of those criteria that we landed on, which are we believe would focus the pool of potential applicants, and then each of those 4 criteria would have underlying documentation that we could readily verify.
Got it. Thank you. And do we have any sense of how many people might qualify given the additional criteria that are in place? If I'm just looking at it, you're not being in the industry, but it does feel fairly limiting in terms of how many people would actually qualify. Was there any conversation of the 2 of the 4 instead of a 3 of the 4 to make sure that we have people actually eligible to apply?
Well, in speaking with the district attorney's office, and comparing it to the other lists from other local jurisdictions, because their lists were quite long. They had, I think, 10 levels of criteria. So we wanted to make it simpler.
Okay.
But if the board desires for us to reduce that to 2 of the 4, we would be happy to do that as well.
Okay, it was just more of a question than anything else.
Okay.
And then the other question, just in terms of developing this criteria and developing out the plan and working, what other stakeholders were consulted, and were there stakeholders outside of the direct cannabis industry that were consulted? And I'm speaking specifically to like Building Healthy Communities or MILPA or any of the sort of social equity community organizations that are fairly active in ensuring that we have restorative practices available for to create equity in situations where historically there's been inequities.
So the criteria was developed based on the social equity assessment that was conducted, and there were many organizations that were interviewed. So it was taking that information, those outcomes and that data, and then combining it with the research that we did with existing equity programs in other local jurisdictions to come up with this criteria. So was it directly, it was taken kind of from the history of all the work that was done all last year.
Okay, great. Thank you. So not directly on this criteria, unless those are individuals who are participating in the cannabis committee and in that space. Okay, got it. All right, thank you. Supervisor Lopez, you have your hand raised again. Was that a legacy hand or did you have more?
Legacy hand.
Okay.
My apologies.
All right. Well, I think I heard Supervisor Adams say that she would like to make a motion. So I'll pass the microphone back over to you.
Thank you very much. Yes, I do. I move that we move forward with the grant application and the resolution that is before us today.
I'll second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Adams, a second from Supervisor Alejo, and we'll take a roll call vote now. Thank you.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
I can't support using public funds for this, so no.
Supervisor Lopez?
Yes.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Askew?
I apologize. I believe I forgot to call for public comment. We just voted though. Okay, we're going to back up. We're going to call for public comment. And my apologies. I got ahead of myself there. All right, we will call for public comment. If you're with us on Zoom, please raise your hand so that I can call on you. We'll put a minute 30 on the clock, and I just ask that you help watch the timer so that I don't have to interrupt. We'll start with Chris, followed by Oliver.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Thank you for joining us today, Chris.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you
Okay.
for joining us.
Thanks. Yeah, I heard some reference during the presentation to outdoor grows. So I'm assuming that still is in context of chapter 21.67 and more specifically 21.67.090. And then also, I have to agree with Supervisor Phillips. This is a very strange use of our tax money for quite a lot of different reasons. One, it's got a kind of oddly discriminatory element to it, but also there's some strange assumptions that are inherent in this, in that it's equity to assume that former felons want to get into this business to the degree that we're going to subsidize them. I mean, why not create a business that, I don't know, helps them get into computer programming or construction or, you name it. This is a very strange choice. So I hope you rethink this. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments today. Next up, we have Oliver, followed by Robert.
Hello, can you hear?
Oliver, we do not have a very good connection here. You want to try, Oliver, if you want to try logging back in or trying to call in, that connection was not very good. Let's come back to Oliver. Let's go to Robert, followed by Eloise.
Thank you. I think staff has done some good work here. Addressing social equity is not easy. It's not been easy, but I think this is a good framework. Hello, can you hear me?
Sorry, Robert, that was an interruption. We'll let you start again. Thank you.
Okay, well, yeah, I think you're going the right way on your vote. Social equity has been difficult to come up with a good program to address it, but I think this is a good framework, and we should get some of our state tax money back. And our cultivators are paying $148 a pound to the state, and we should get some of that money back. But you should also realize that this time the market conditions and the high cost of doing business are causing failures at this time. But it's not a good time for startups, but there are opportunities, and there will be opportunities. We feel that developing skills in people, knowledges and skills in people through a state-sponsored apprenticeship program that works along 4 career tracks in the cannabis industry would be a very good way to spend some of that money. Give people the knowledges and skills they need to get into the business at a reasonable level. You can't put people at the top rung of the ladder. There's too much capital involved in this business. But I urge you to support the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Next up, Eloise, and then we'll try Oliver once again. Eloise, thank you for joining us.
Okay, this is Eloise Shem commenting on this. So I just want to say, if I was a person with a cannabis criminal history, I wouldn't want to perpetuate that knowledge into a potential career, whether I was learning a sophisticated business skill or not. I'd rather want to leave that experience behind me and move forward with something more positive. This program could potentially publicize a person's past criminal history, and that's not something really to be proud of. And it could actually even infringe on a person's privacy. So I agree with the Supervisor Phillips and the other person that said it's weird and strange. And I wouldn't I mean, it's wrapped up in a pretty package of equity and fairness, but it's going to be expensive and complex, and really, I don't think it's going to be to the benefit of people that will be applying for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Eloise. We're going to call one more time for all of our, to see if we were able to get better audio connection. Did we lose?
I think it's not a.
Okay, does not look like we have that connection here anymore. All right, we will close public comment, and I would like to, just for process, call for, if we could ask for a motion and a vote again. Supervisor Adams, are you comfortable making that motion again?
Yes.
It was seconded by Alejo.
Yes, I make the second again.
Thank you, and we'll take a roll call vote again. Thank you.
Supervisor Alejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips,
No again.
Supervisor Lopez,
Yes.
Supervisor Adams,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Askew.
Aye, thank you. The motion carries. All right, thank you. Okay, next up, we're up to item number 10 on today's agenda, which is to consider providing further direction regarding amendments to the chapter 10.72 of the Monterey County Code regarding desalination treatment facilities to include preparation of an initial study pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act. And I would like to welcome Les Gerard for a presentation. Thank you, Les.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the board. As the board report states, we've considered all of the factors presented by this proposal, and we think it is prudent to refer this back to staff for the preparation of an initial study regarding the proposal to remove the private ownership and operation prohibition currently in Chapter 10.72. We will work with the Environmental Health Bureau and HCD staff and try to expeditiously get the initial study prepared. There is a circulation period associated with that, so it will be probably at least 30 to 45 days before we're in a position to return, and it might be a little bit longer depending on how long the initial study takes to prepare. So we'll keep the board informed of the progress, but that is our recommendation at this point if the board desires to continue to consider amending Chapter 10.72. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Phillips, did I see you moving for the microphone?
Pardon?
Did you want to make a comment?
I'll save my comments until after public comment.
Got it, thank you. All right.
Thank you for asking.
Thank you. I don't see any other hand. I thought you were moving for the microphone there. I don't see any other hands raised, so let's take it out to public comment. This is public comment on item number 10, the further direction regarding amendments to Chapter 10.72. If anyone's with us on Zoom and you would like to make public comment, please raise your hand now so that I can call on you. We do have 1:30 on the clock for each public testimonial, and I would just ask that you watch the clock so that I don't have to interrupt anyone. We'll start with David, followed by Joe.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
We can. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you very much for allowing me to make public comment. I really appreciate the opportunity for public comment, and it's something we sometimes take for granted in our country that we can all have input despite our differences. I'm here to speak just on behalf of the Salinas Basin Water Alliance, and we submitted a letter to the board, which you should have received. And we also support the letter that was submitted by the Farm Bureau. Basically, we're in favor of repealing this ban on private ownership of desal, just because it's extremely limiting. There may have been problems, or there may be problems with certain projects that involve private ownership, but that doesn't mean that we should ban them all unilaterally. And just to give you one brief example is that we in the farming community, we hope that someday the technology as well as the laws may have evolved to the point where maybe a private farmer, a grower, or a landowner might be able to operate a small-scale desal facility on his own ranch to take care of brackish water or actually scientifically defined salt water. So we just feel this is a really limiting ordinance, and I think that projects should be taken project by project, not separated into private ownership is bad across the board and public ownership is good across the board. So anyway, thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my comments.
Thank you for joining us today, David. Next up, we have Joe, followed by Melody.
Can everyone hear me?
We can. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Chair Askew and Board of Supervisors. My name is Joe Desmond, and I'm here speaking on behalf of Sustainable Agriculture and Energy to ask this board to rescind the public ownership and operation clause in Ordinance 10.72. Over the last 3 decades, Monterey County's water supply issues have reached critical levels. By December 31st, 2021, the state government will cut the amount of water we're allowed to pump from the Carmel River by 50%. Our reservoirs are close to reaching the minimum pool level, and we continue to face the challenge of seawater intrusion in our basins. Additionally, climate scientists believe that our water supply will only become less certain over the coming decades. Monterey County is the only county in the state of California that has a public ownership and operation clause for desalination plants. Allowing its continuance will only serve to limit our ability to adapt to a changing climate and an uncertain water supply. Across the Salinas Valley, agriculture is in lockstep on the subject. We need more water, and we need more options to supply that water. Rescinding this ordinance will allow for individual farmers or collections of farmers down the road to implement a new solution to reuse water. This decision should not be made with any particular project in mind, but in considering future project opportunities that will enable more water, more solutions, and better options for Monterey County. Please vote to rescind the public ownership and operation clause in Ordinance 10.72. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for joining us today, Joe. Next up, we have Melody, followed by Margie.
Melody Chrislock, Public Water Now. We hope you are seriously considering Supervisor Adams' referral. It's time to have a regional discussion about water supply solutions that doesn't exclude one area of the county or another. And I hope this discussion will include the public who pays for these projects. Supervisor Phillips' referral is clearly about the Liberty Desal project. He said everyone in the valley supports this change in the law. Was there any reporting on it in the Californian? Does the Salinas or North County public who will pay for this know anything about the Liberty project? Yes, Salinas has private water distribution. As Supervisor Alejo pointed out, they've had no problem with private water yet. Water costs are still low. But it's a big risk to have your water supply and your distribution both owned privately with no local control. If Cal Water decided to double the water bills in Salinas because of expensive new desal water, Salinas residents would have no recourse. There's good reason that 85% of California residents get their water from nonprofit, publicly owned water systems. Monterey County may want to join the rest of the state. Changing Ordinance 1072 seems premature at best. Please dismiss this referral without action.
Thank you for your comments today. Next up, we have Margie, followed by Susan.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I couldn't find the unmute. I'm Margie Cade. I'm a District 2 property owner and resident of 45 years on the same property. Changing Health and Safety Ordinance 10.72B is being requested to remove the public ownership and operation only clause for owning and operating a desalination facility. An initial study is a check box of issues to determine if a significant impact or effect may occur. Significant effect on the environment means a substantial or potentially substantial adverse change in any of the physical conditions within the area affected by the project, including land, air, water, minerals, flora, fauna, ambient noise, and objects of historical or aesthetic significance. The purpose of the requested change is so groundwater and seawater treated areas of North County can be withdrawn and desalinated for either potable and/or agricultural use. Will pulling more than 30,000 acre-feet a year of groundwater from these areas exacerbate seawater intrusion? Would more seawater intrusion be considered a significant impact or effect? Where will the brine go? How would it be transported and to where? Well, where will the pipelines go for Liberty Power to get water from a set of wells they're considering to the north side of Dolan Road in the Moss Landing area? Would Liberty Power own the wells? Is changing an ordinance a project when there are clearly projects for consideration for making this language change? In 2018, Supervisor Phillips' referral named Deepwater Desal for making the language change. Now no specific project is mentioned, yet Liberty Power told Marina Coast Water District Groundwater Sustainability Agency on August 2nd, they will not move forward at all until Ordinance 10.72 language is changed. There are residents of Monterey County who suspect an initial study of changing 10.72B will show a significant impact or effect. I urge Monterey County supervisors to follow the last line of County Council Gerard's report. Alternatively, the board can close the referral without any action at this time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments today, Margie. Next up, we have Susan, followed by the phone number ending in 312.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I want to support Supervisors Adams' referral to initiate a comprehensive discussion regarding regional water issues and solutions. We are definitely in a crisis, which offers us both danger and opportunity. Let's move toward opportunity for regional solutions. Let's pull down the curtains and open the window for real dialogue and resolution that benefits all parties. And please include the public in this process. Please continue to study the impacts of rescinding Public Law 1072, including a SECA process and environmental impacts, and a full examination of what this truly means, including exploring what possible public funding may be coming available that would avert the need to do this from federal and state sources. Finally, I want to emphasize that water is a public resource and responsibility. Water infrastructure should be publicly owned and operated for the public good versus private profit. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Next up, we have the phone number ending in 312. You'll need to press *6 to unmute.
Good afternoon, honorable supervisors. Margaret Ann Coppernall here. I would like to reiterate points from my written public comment letter. First, I strongly support upholding Ordinance Chapter 10.72B, as is no amendment, due to its importance in protecting and preserving the public health and safety of our scarce, precious water resources. Public agencies serve the people, not distant shareholders. Second, I strongly support convening inclusive, creative brainstorming, regional level workshops that inspire the free, harmonious exchange of ideas and stakeholders' expertise to develop and recommend viable best solutions to our long-standing water issues. Working together, you and we can achieve success. Thank you so much for your loyal dedication and sacrifices to do all you can to make Monterey County a star role model for others to emulate. God bless you.
Thank you for your comments today, Margaret. Next up, we have Eloise, followed by Wallace.
Okay, this is Eloise calling, and I'm really not in favor of any kind of private ownership for desalinization, because the science on how the brine water from the desalinization affects the environment and the harmful effects on.
What's wrong with you people?
I think we have a couple. Susan, could you mute your microphone? Okay, very good.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, no worries.
So,
hold on just a second, Eloise. Okay, thank you. Continue. Thank you.
So the harmful effects of the brine on the marine life, the science is still out on that. And private interests will care more about their profits than about the environment. So you shouldn't accept this amendment. Don't rescind it to open the door to reckless desalinization processes on the environment. So I don't think there should be any discussion about changing it whatsoever. Just, I'm not really even in favor of desalinization publicly, let alone privately. Okay, thank you for letting me sort of jumbly give my comment.
Thank you for joining us today, Eloise, and for sticking with us for the whole meeting. Next up, we have Wallace, followed by Marley.
Yes, good evening or good afternoon. Yes, my name is Wallace Notley. I support Supervisor Adams' comprehensive review by all stakeholders. This complex issue entails extensive environmental and ratepayer justice issues that necessitates all sides to understand in more depth the positive and pernicious effects to each side. Otherwise, we will continue our current us versus them inertia. Now, we have no control, and a private utility can continue to skirt a bridge or ignore the will of the voter and the ratepayer. The California Public Utilities Commissioners more often rule in favor of utilities, guaranteeing them a monopoly and a shareholder rate of return that could not be matched in the competitive market. With a regional coalition of stakeholders, competitive bids could be put into the open market for the design and construction of a desalination facility when the need arises for best value to resident ratepayers owned by residents and managed and operated locally. This empowers all countywide residents' regional needs in a comprehensive and collaborative approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Wallace, for joining us today. Next up, we have Marley, followed by Nancy.
Hi, this is Marley Melton from Carmel Valley. I agree with previous callers. Public accountability and local control are simply vital for water projects, especially desal. Public-private partnerships can achieve that without any alteration to 10.72. I also hope you'll go ahead with Supervisor Adams' referral and convene a workshop on current and future water needs in our region so you can understand a full range of options. It seems likely if you rush to allow private for-profit ownership and control, that the particular company that demanded this change will be the priority project you consider, but it may not be as beneficial as you hope or as sustainable or affordable as other projects could be. Our community has skilled, talented people with the can-do spirit to achieve great things, and they've made them happen before. Let's not ignore that. Let's at least see how we can work together to create excellent, affordable solutions to our water needs. Thank you. Oh, and please do not take action toward reversing or changing 10.72.
Thank you, Marley. Next up, we have Nancy.
Good afternoon, Nancy Isaacson for the Salinas Valley Water Coalition. First of all, I'd like to I have a comment and then I'd like to ask for clarification because I've heard several comments, but it seems to me that staff has attached a proposed change, which essentially eliminates one sentence in the ordinance and is also asking to move forward with an initial study and looking at it from an environmental point of view. In doing that, it is important that you look at what the potential impacts could be to existing water quality, quantity, and our water resources. The Water Coalition thinks it is appropriate. Am I speaking? Can you hear me? Because the timer isn't going.
Yep, we've got you, Nancy. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just looked, I thought, oh my gosh, maybe I'm talking to myself here. So we do think it is reasonable to have private entities. Private capital can do a great job and in putting projects together, owning and operating them. Some of course fail, but there are many successes. So we do encourage you, and we think that the existing ordinance does have framework that can provide protections to the existing water right users as far as quantity and quality of water. But we believe those things would also be looked at in any initial study. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. The last hand that I have raised, this will be our last comment, last call for comments. Eric, thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Askew. This is Eric Tynan with the Castroville Community Services District. We sent a letter in supporting the rescission of this ordinance. Number one, Monterey County has had serious issues and controversies with more than a few public agencies that have delayed the progress with their infighting and political agendas. Often the public suffers from the governance, financial burden, and poor leadership of public entities subject to the agenda of a small but vocal political factions. The state of California oversees the desalinization facilities through the California Ocean Plan. That includes the Coastal Commission, California State Lands, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, Northern Regional Water Quality Control Board, and others. The decision of who should have a desal facility, it should be based on the long-term high-quality water supply. It should be based on technical, managerial, and financial of an entity's ability to build and finance the facility. This ordinance is a perfect example of unintended consequences. Here we are in the middle of a drought with our reservoirs empty, wells going salty, deep aquifer levels dropping. The only available new water supply, which originates primarily in the Salinas Valley, is going to solve Carmel's problems when they send theirs over to Pebble Beach. Anyways, to get back on it, supporting public ownership, the same ones who led this county are leading it, who are supporting it, are running into a water cliff. The ordinance is a perfect example of how things can go wrong. The last time there was a public-private, it was the public agency that screwed it up. So I really hope you rescind this. And if a public agency can do it, there's nothing here that prohibits them from throwing their hat in the ring. So it's not like mutually exclusive. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Eric, for your comments today. Right, I see no further hands raised for public comment, so we will close public comment on this and bring it back to the board for discussion. Supervisor Phillips?
Yeah, if it's all right, I'm going to take a minute to discuss my reasons for the motion that I intend to make, because there's been so much discussion about this that, as I mentioned last time, I hadn't anticipated. And last week I had a conversation with Senator Laird, and he was talking about our county and Santa Cruz County being some of the few counties that don't import water into our county, and we're self-sufficient. And so we have to come up with our own water solutions. And as it was pointed out by the letter, which I thought was an excellent letter by Norm Groot in the Farm Bureau, is, you know, over the past 7 decades, our county has built water supply projects that have enhanced our groundwater supply to support the communities and the farming operations. You talk about our lakes that we built. We should have built. We should have built another one on the river, but. We talk about CSIP and the rubber dam. Today, we applied for a grant for $2 million to help enhance that. M1W, we worked to create the Pure Water Monterey project, and now we're working on the expansion. And the whole reason for CSIP was to provide water in the overdrafted area, but was also to defer and deter pumping into the impacted area where the seawater intrusion. And we haven't really come up with anything in our area for North County, Castroville, Pajaro, Sunny Mesa. We have not found a sustainable resource for the project. We have to provide a reliable water source for there in Castroville, but also with seawater intrusion moving towards Salinas. And just recently, we got on just an accessory dwelling unit that in North County, where the Coastal Commission actually made the finding that we don't have a long-term sustainable water supply in North County. That's something I think we're going to have to fight about and deal with. But at least the staff of the Coastal Commission kind of came to that conclusion. And so I we really do have to find a source for potable water in the impacted area. And to me, we have to include all possible water solutions, public, private. What I probably would prefer is a public-private partnership. And what people don't point out is that the private has the advantage of using private capital rather than dealing with a lot of public debt that follows this. And as 1072 is now drafted, it requires that the owner operator by a public agency. And as I read it, a public-private partnership couldn't qualify, and certainly the a private entity couldn't operate it for a public agency. And also, as it stands now, was pointed out by one of the callers, a farmer, as it is now, couldn't treat his brackish water at the wellhead, since 1072 includes water that's treated for ag use. In 32 years since this ordinance was drafted in '89, not one public agency has come forward to offer a water solution for us out here in North County, the impacted area, and the saltwater intruded area. And as I mentioned earlier, that saltwater intruded area is moving towards Salinas to the point where we're concerned about putting a moratorium on the deep wells because we are so concerned about it without coming up with any solution. And I think it's important that we seek all possible solutions. To me, it's ludicrous that the Coastal Commission won't let us do a direct intake into the ocean, like all the other countries are doing. But that's something we have to live with. And so this brackish water treatment facility, as we started looking at it, and after we got involved in this a little bit, my office and they did the research for me. There are just many private companies who are leading the technology in innovations in treating brackish water around the world, primarily the Israeli companies. And because the cost of seawater processing and the impacts on the ocean, much of the recent desalinization growth has involved the use of brackish water. The solids in brackish waters are 1/10 the amount in the ocean water, and that makes the process much cheaper. And I started looking at what we've done, and my staff looked out to where are they treating brackish water in California: Beverly Hills, Castac, Chino, Chula Vista, Corona, Dana Point, Irvine. Then there's the Newark desalinization facility, the Chico Basin desal, it goes on and on in Paris, in Paris, California, in Torrance, California, Garcia. And right now we were trying to talk to the people who are building the one in Antioch that they're constructing a brackish water solution as we speak. Clearly, any project that's going to go forward is going to have to go through a full CEQA analysis to answer some of the questions that some of the people that called in had concerns about it. But to me, it's clearly time to roll back this outdated ordinance, and that precludes possible private development or possible private public-private development. And frankly, I don't care which company it is. Liberty is the only one that expressed an interest in this whatsoever. Maybe it would be better if we could get Kiewit Shea, who did the Poseidon water project down in Carlsbad. But as soon as we get this restriction off the books, I think the county should do what we should have done 10 years ago. We should go out and start banging on doors and trying to, the biggest economic development we could have here is to get some water up in North County and into Salinas that we desperately need. And I think we ought to start encouraging any private developer to come in with us, either a private partnership or private. But until we do that, I think we're about 10 years behind when we should have been doing this. And so I firmly support and we'll make the motion at the appropriate time to move forward with the analysis that the county council said we should do before we move forward on amending the ordinance.
Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I would second that. And I think Supervisor Phillip shared many of my same perspectives on this, and I shared them at our last meeting on the topic, knowing that the future in California is, in terms of water, will include desalinization. We have anyone who's followed the investment in water infrastructure in California will easily tell all of us that California is behind on the times. Our population has grown tremendously since the last round of major investment in water storage in the late 1970s, and our population has almost doubled since then. We are the fifth largest economy in the world, and if we want to continue to be a world leader in terms of businesses, innovation, and especially in agriculture, we need to start working on solutions for a sustainable water supply for many more decades to come in California. As we know, water will become more scarce, regions will be hit harder, and those who are most vulnerable are lowest income families and workers, such as farm workers, are gonna bear the brunt of long droughts and not having a sustainable water supply to keep a strong agricultural economy in our state. So I really say this from a social justice and social equity perspective, that, and I hope that the decisions we make today in future generations will look back on this board of supervisors and hopefully we make the right decisions to really explore either private investment, which comes with that private large capital that is needed to fund a project like this, or a public-private partnership, as rightly pointed out by Supervisor Phillips. We need to explore both options and see what other potential partnerships or private companies are willing to come and invest in Monterey County. We have the most rigorous environmental review anywhere in the world right here in California, especially on the coastal counties. So I think the public could be reassured that it's going to have a very rigorous regulatory review, but likely also even a legal review, as most projects like this always end up in court as well. So, but I think we need to further this conversation about what we're going to do to make sure we have a stable water supply in the future. We are not part of the California Water Project. We don't get our water from elsewhere. We have to plan about what water resources we will have in this county for generations to come. And so I'm glad we're having this conversation. Let's not shy away from any possibility. Let's look at options. Let's explore what potential partnerships are out there, because this is something that will have a lasting legacy for future generations of Monterey County residents and businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. You know, I honestly don't know if I have spoken or heard from more people on this subject than virtually any other subject that I've had since I've been here. And I'm going to try to lay this out as I see it. It's just such a challenge, because as I listen to David Bunn and Joe Desmond and Eric, listen to people that I know so well, Marley and Margaret Ann and Susan and Margie and Wallace as well. The problem is that we are all saying the same thing. We all have the same goal here. We all acknowledge that we have got to find an additional source of water. That's all there is to it. And I feel that our emotions run so high on this because we've been burned in so many different ways and so many different times. But I think we've come to the point in crisis that we have got to put the past behind us. We have to stop thinking about what has gone wrong in the past, who did what to whom, generations of grudges. I keep saying this, we've got to leave the guns at the door and come together to find a reasonable solution. And I want to make clear that as I see this, there are three entirely distinct paths that we have ahead of us, and each path has to go forward. And the first path I'll talk about because it's primarily in my district. The voters voted for Measure J. We, as elected officers, have a responsibility to allow that process to move forward. We need to allow that process to move forward because the voters voted for it. That is completely separate than what we talk about when we talk about desal. That is a totally separate process. And I don't think that either side is able to extricate that. But I want you to hear me and to listen to me because it is very, very separate. The other thing that we're talking about, and I hear from David and from Joe and Eric and John, of course, Phillips, Supervisor Phillips, is the importance of changing this ordinance. I've talked to a lot of people within our district who share the same goals that everyone that I'll say my side of the county have spoken about, who do not feel that changing this ordinance is a death knell, that people acknowledge that we need, which is the third lane, we need to have the meeting that I've talked about. And I so appreciate all of the speakers who support my coming forward. And it's not just me. I mean, it's a lot of people, primarily the Water Resources Agency as an example, who acknowledge we have got to come to the table and put all of the possible solutions, all of the ideas that are out there, we have to put them all on the table so that we can responsibly come up with a path to give us a regional solution. That's the only way we're going to be able to move ahead. And the only way we're going to be able to do it is to keep the 3 lanes clear. Let Measure J go. Let's take a look at this ordinance, and I will support Supervisor Phillips of wanting to get additional environmental review on it before we move forward with it, if that's what it's going to be, and have the meeting that we want and need to have to look at everything. One of the people who spoke said that we need to have a full range of options. Yes, we need to have a complete range of options. And in my opinion, from what I've been looking at over the years now, and sitting on the Monterey Peninsula Water Management Board has given me a lot of deep look into the water situation here. We need to have private desal at the table as well. We really do. I mean, I'll go to what Supervisor Phillips had said earlier about let's bring in the Israelis. I went down to Carlsbad and took a look at the Poseidon project that they have down there. It's amazing. You know, it is amazing. And when that elegant process that we had, that program that we had years ago, that was a good blending of public-private, totally blew up. Poseidon took one look at us and said, I'm out of town. I mean, you guys are, you're talking guns here. But if we want to really be able to find a solution, we have to put all of the past behind us. We cannot have those grudges that existed before. We have got to allow each side to move forward as needed if we're really going to end up solving our problems. A regional solution is the way to go. And I must say, we have got to have every possible solution on the table. And if that means a for-profit or a public person coming forward, I think we need to do that as well. It's totally separate, that Measure J, though, and I really hope that everybody hears me loud and clear on that. So as I said, I just need to let you know that it's not, quote unquote, John Phillips's resolution. It's not my resolution. It's both. We have to have both to be able to be responsible people here. And it's time for us to put the past behind us and come up with something. In crisis, there is often a resolution, and I feel like that's the point at which we are now.
Thank you, Supervisor. We'll go to Supervisor Lopez next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Having heard all the points, I'm prepared to support the motion as proposed by Supervisor Phillips. And I just want to be extremely clear why. For me, the Valley side historically has done a better job of solving its water issues. And the idea of stepping back and having more conversations, I'm ready for action. And I think that's where I sit today, and that's the option I see on the table that makes the most sense. And I know that we've got some steps in order to get there, but I'm prepared to start going down that path. The regional solution, I appreciate that context, but I've been part of those conversations for so long, and I'm just ready for solutions. And if we have to separate the way we're doing now obviously this water is going to be coming from the Salinas Valley side, so that water can't be exported, at least the freshwater component of that brackish water. So we're talking about a Salinas Valley side issue on this one, regardless of who that might end up being. And I don't personally care who it is. I have no interest in any of those companies. It's just I want to make sure that we diversify our portfolio as a county. We need investment in our lakes. We need investments in a lot of the different projects that have been proposed throughout the Salinas Valley to solve our own water problem. We are out of balance on this side, and this is part of that solution. And so for that reason, I'm ready to support, whatever process gets us to a point where we can signal to the private side, private industry, that we're open for business and we want folks to come here, take a look at what they can do to provide a solution. And again, I don't care who it is. I just want somebody here helping add another leg to the stool that's supporting our key industry, which is agriculture, and our residents and the city of Salinas, which sits over an aquifer that is saltwater and treated. And so for the reason of creating solutions and moving the needle, I'm prepared to support that motion today. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Alejo, I'll circle back to you next, but I'll make some comments before then. So I think it's clear to me that we all share a commitment to working together to recognize that we have a situation where we need more water and we need to figure out the best way to get to that solution. And the thing that just leaves me feeling very uneasy is that we've had a number of different projects proposed, move forward, but this idea that we can force the process, this idea that action, by just forcing action, that leads us to the solution that we want. I think we've seen that forcing through, just barreling through without bringing the public with us, we pay for that in the end. It's caused more than one project to fall apart. And if I've learned anything in the years that I've watched, in the generation that we've been watching these water battles play out, it's that if we're not thoughtful in how we bring the public along with us, if we're not thoughtful in how we engage in these conversations, if we once again attempt to force action for the sake of forcing action, we're potentially setting ourselves up to do the exact same thing we've done time and time again. So I really, if there's one message that I'm hearing, it's that we want to move forward. We agree to move forward. There's commitment to move forward together. And I would just urge each of my colleagues to really think about what we're doing how we're bringing the public with us as we walk down this path. I think that the regional meeting that Supervisor Adams suggested is one step and one opportunity for us to hear about the rest of the solutions that are being proposed, to educate the public, to bring some of the concerned parties along with us as we navigate forward, so that we don't once again end up sitting here where we've forced something through because politically we feel like we can force action, when in fact nothing is going to be successful if we don't have the public walking alongside us. And I'm concerned that the direction that I hear us headed in right now today is exactly that. So I think we have a motion on the table from Phillips. I think I heard a second from Alejo. It's written down.
Chair, I think Supervisor Phillips said he would make the motion at the appropriate time, so we don't really have a motion.
Okay, we'll allow for the motion made.
I'm moving staff recommendation for the initial study.
And I'm seconding.
Okay, so I have a motion from Phillips, a second from Alejo. Alejo, you had your hand raised again. Was that a legacy hand or did you have additional?
Sorry.
Okay, and then
Mine is new.
Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Thank you. I just thought of a couple of things that I didn't say that I want to. And one of the things, and I've heard from all of us, the frustrations that we've all had, but things truly have changed. The state has put it forward, the Groundwater Sustainability Act that we have got to fulfill. There's a whole lot of new data that's coming out that I believe will compel us to be more collaborative. And one thing I want to say, Wendy, Supervisor Rudasky, specifically to you, is that I believe that your region, Marina, more so than virtually any of the other two sides, is one of the most important parts that we have in this entire discussion. And too frequently, I feel that Marina is not brought along. And I make a personal commitment to you that as we move forward on this, my goal is to have Marina at the table, Marina Coast Water District, the people of Marina, and the Marina City Council. I think that's really a key to the solution here. And I also think that this is so beyond us in some ways, not beyond us, but this is such a huge, huge endeavor, especially when I think about the meeting that you, thank goodness, support me in doing. We need to, I'm looking at you, Charles, we've got to be able to hire a consultant who is knowledgeable about water in our county to come forward to help lead us through this. I think we've got terrific staff as we have in many different parts of our county that deal with water. But I think we need an Uber water person that will be able to help guide us as we traverse this very rocky road that we've all been on, but a road that I think, I agree with you, Supervisor Askew, that I think everybody acknowledges and wants to go down.
Thank you. So we do have a motion and a second for the staff recommendation. I mean, I just, to that point, I think Supervisor Phillips and Supervisor Alejo and Supervisor Lopez, I would just ask that we can find the right ways to bring the communities who have effectively derailed previous projects along in this process. I think that's acknowledging that we can't just force a solution without the communities who are impacted. That we need to have that shared commitment. And so I would be asking for your shared commitment to that point as we move forward today.
Yeah, exactly what Supervisor Adams said. I think the other, Castroville obviously needs, and Salinas needs this. And, we've got Springfield Terrace where they're on bottled water and they have been for 4 or 5 years. But the other area, if I had my ruthers, I'd have 2 desal plants, one in Moss Landing and one in Marina. Marina is really impacted. Your wells are in the deep area right next to where Ramco's wells are in the deep area. In the meantime, we're saying we're so worried about deep wells, we're thinking about a moratorium. So yeah, I think Marina and us have similar interest in long-term sustainability water supplies.
All right, with that, we'll call for a vote.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Askew?
Yeah, I'm committed to the regional work, but I'm really struggling with at this point to support this particular step forward without seeing the shared commitment that I'm hoping we can get together at the regional meeting and find the right ways that I can be supportive moving forward. But today I'm a no.
Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll move on to those comments and referrals. I just want to start with the comment about open enrollment. We do it every year for our health benefits, and our benefits team with Irma Ramirez-Bauer, HR Director, and Paula Clark, who leads the benefits team, have done a tremendous amount of work this year, as always, in putting forward all the options and webinars and places to find information. So I encourage everybody to utilize utilize all those resources that they've put forward. They've been scrambling to adjust to the various changes that the board has approved, and with labor agreements, some of them are still pending, some of them have been approved, and different changes. And so I just want to thank the benefits team for doing all that work, as well as encourage all county employees to make sure that they finish their open enrollment by the end of this week. I believe the 15th is the deadline to do that. We have generous medical and benefit programs here in Monterey County, and we've gone a long way this year to try and treat all employees equally and have a uniform approach, and not have using benefits as a way to get salary changes. Instead, we want to have benefits for addressing the benefits, the health benefits of our employees, and we need to and focus on competitive salaries with fair pay, competitive in the marketplace, and as a different process. So we're working on that and getting it done, and now's the time to get your health benefits in place. I also wanted just to mention the Sea Otter Classic, which is the premier cycling event in the world. It's world renowned. It's professionally operated. It's money that comes into this county every year. It's done really well. They have a lot of vendors and a lot of participants that come here to Monterey County and spend a lot of money. And of course, yes, I am a supporter of it. I did actually race in the cross-country version of the mountain bike race, and it was really well done, very well organized. They have all kinds of different events there. They even have e-bike racing. Supervisor Phillips. Oh, sorry, Supervisor Askew. There you go. But they do have.
Doesn't go past 20 miles an hour.
That's okay. There you go. That's everybody.
You'll get them on the uphill.
That's it. That's it. It's a great event and really well done. And they did another good job this year at Laguna Seca. It's a great partnership that we have. Then on to new referrals. We have the new referral for creating by Supervisor Phillips to ask to be the creating of the Family Justice Center to address some of the challenges that those who have violence in their family and the impact of that on them personally and their families. And we're looking to have some help from the district attorney in coming forward with a response in collaboration with our social services department to see if we can stand up a family justice center here. And I think some request to collaborate with the city of Salinas is appropriate. And we're happy to make that referral and hope that we can partner with our district attorney's office in the city of Salinas, as well as social services. I think health department also plays a role in that. So I appreciate that referral.
If I can just comment on that a little bit too. Yeah, I was frankly, I hadn't really focused on this very much, and I was approached by Pam Patterson, who's the victim person there, and Elaine McLeaf, who was the domestic violence prosecutor and now is with YWCA and looking into it. But they provided with some stuff that I think I included with it. And it really, they're doing this in other jurisdictions, and it really is one place where all the collaborators there. It's a little bit like on a bigger scale than what we did at Rancho Cielo, where we provided a place, but we have probation there, we have behavioral health, we have county education, we have this and that. Here you'd have a one-stop center. It has to be fairly near the courthouse to get the services, but the big it's not raising money for the individual positions, because it would be where those various departments and private nonprofits would have their people. It's finding the place and then having the money. So I'm hoping maybe we can look in collaboration with the city of Salinas and find a place and maybe find some grant funding. I was going to talk to Bruce Taylor, who's is fixing up a lot of places here. Maybe they could rent us a place fairly cheaply. I was looking even at the old police department, Salinas Police Department, but something obviously they couldn't make a commitment. But it's basically getting the funds to house the various nonprofits and public entities, and then paying the rent. But as I read about this, and then I talked to our county council because he knew about it, because some of the best ones they've done is down at San Diego, where he ran from, came up here, but he had some, in looking at that, the ones that they've done in San Diego seem some of the best around on it. So anyway, that was the purpose of it.
Right.
Yeah.
Nope.
All right, is there any public comment on our CAO comments this afternoon? Being none, we'll close public comment on the CAO comments and move on to item number 12, which is our referral responses. We have one referral to receive a preliminary analysis report in response to board referral 2021.17 for a Monterey Bay Veterans Home. And I will invite Annette D'Adamo and Jason Cameron to, or I guess
I can lead off
all right,
if you don't
it's
mind.
all you, Charles.
Yeah, so Madam Chair, I think that we have this referral, and the way we've done our process now is to have this preliminary referral response on the board's agenda. And if you want to move forward as it's stated in the report, there's no action needed today. If you want to make any changes to that referral response and the proposed response, then you can provide that direction today. And as you mentioned, it's a referral to have a Monterey Bay Veterans Home within our legislative priorities. And as you said, Annette D'Adamo and Jason Cameron are prepared to lead that effort and put it into our legislative priority platform. And if you have any questions or want any comment from them, they're available today for that.
Any questions? Supervisor Adams?
Thank you. I want to say just I'm very supportive of this project, and I think about the people that I know who would so benefit from it. Just, today, my friend Tony would just be wonderful. I know that this is just a referral, so we're in the really beginning stages, but I just want to know if there are any possible locations that have already been identified. Okay. Then I also wanted to know if it's limited to those who have served in the military and their dependents, or does it also include those who have worked for the military and their dependents?
At this point, I don't think we have any limitations on it, unless, I think the idea is to get some legislation going that might support the ability to move forward with this. There was prior legislation, I believe back in 2001, I believe it was, can't recall now, 2002 it looks like. And I don't know if there's any additional information that Annette or Jason may have on that topic.
Yeah, Jason or Annette, are you able to, there was quite a bit of information shared yesterday with legislative committee about who would qualify and some of the funding sources, but this is still very preliminary. This would allow us to really direct county legislative affairs to really dig in a little bit more and answer many more of those questions for us. Annette, did you want to respond to that specific question?
Yeah, and I also wanted to just invite Brent Heberly. I know he's an attendee on the line. He might want to comment on that as well. The limitation might just be in terms of funding that the federal VA provides. It would be, different for people that have been active service members versus possibly somebody that had worked for the military. I don't know if Brent has the answer to that question, but he's on the line if he wants to chime in.
Yeah, from the VA's perspective, in terms of being able to access the federal funding, the facility would only be provided to veterans, their spouses, and Gold Star parents. So those are the kind of the eligible folks that could use the facilities, and it can be, and the state does have the ability to circumscribe kind of beyond that. I mean, there are some state facilities, I'm not sure about in California, but elsewhere where it's strictly just veterans, not even spouses are permitted, certain nursing facilities. It's just a function, I think, of how much space they have and how much demand they have in a given location.
Thank you. And then I just wanted to ensure if we've got a state official who is being considered to carry the legislation, and then my expectation is that we're working with Congressman Panetta's office on this issue as well.
And I think Supervisor Alejo might want to comment on this, but his office has been helping us in scheduling some initial meetings to have those discussions. I don't believe we've done anything formally because we were waiting to give this report to the board.
Yes.
Thank you. Perfect.
We have reached out to Congressman Panetta and to our 4 state legislators, the 2 assembly members, the 2 senators that represent Monterey County. We have meetings scheduled in the coming days to talk about just that.
Thank you.
And allowing this direction to move forward, approving that we designate the establishment of a veterans home in Monterey County as a legislative priority today would allow us to really engage in those conversations and move this forward with our legislative advocates.
Correct.
So Supervisor Alejo, did you want to elaborate more?
Yeah, we had asked Brent to join us. I know he's a 3-hour difference on the East Coast, but yesterday in our legislative committee, he had researched some great information that really makes this proposal, the timing couldn't be better for it. And he did some research on what the feds would pay for such a project for construction, the ongoing per diems for people being served by the Veteran Center, and then what happened recently in the federal budget with the previous backlog of veteran home projects in other states. So maybe you could just quickly give us a summary of that.
Yeah, sure, Supervisor Leo. Thanks. Yeah, as you just mentioned, the federal government, I mean, these are essentially state operated and run facilities, but the federal government has a program, a construction grant program, where they will provide up to 65% of the construction costs for the facility, as well as a daily per diem for the cost of care. And these are reimbursements that go to the state for operating the facility. So, and there's the per diem it's on a kind of a sliding scale based on the level of care that is provided to a given veteran, depending on the facility. And then, as you also referenced, the good news is that, you know, there has been for many years a backlog of these projects, and the VA has created a priority list to fund the construction of many of these projects across the country. The good news is that in the American Rescue Plan Act, which was enacted several months ago, Congress included $500 million that essentially cleared out the backlog of construction projects through this year, through 2021. So we're kind of starting now with a kind of a clean slate in terms of projects that need to be funded going forward.
Thank you. That's very promising. And I wanted to ask Jason, because he also raised a good point about what are the current wait times for veterans who want to be served. We have the largest veterans population, which is even more when you include eligible spouses and the Gold Star families. But on the wait times, Jason had done some research on what are wait times just to get into a veterans home. We have 8 in the state. Jason, if you could elaborate also.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to take this opportunity to just kind of shine a little bit of light on how grand this actually is as well, if you don't mind, sir. Again, my name is Jason Cameron, the Monterey County Military and Veterans Affairs Officer. With over 1.7 million veterans in the state of California, the California Department of Veterans Affairs, through its Veterans Home Program, which is what we're talking about. So for clarification, it's a state-ran veteran home. They provide this affordable long-term care for aged and disabled veterans. The disabled veterans can be of any age. So it's important to note that, as well as their eligible spouses, domestic partners. There's currently 8 homes, as you stated, sir, and those are being operated throughout the state. The first one was founded in 1884 and the most recent in 2011. The federal VA, through the State Homes Grant Program, approved 2 grant applications for the 2 new homes in Fresno and Redding. These state veterans homes, they offer an array of services. So depending on what you're looking for as a veteran or you know, a veteran and their spouse, you know, you may just need the type of care that's like independent living or with minor assisted living, or you may need all the way up to skilled nursing with memory care. Now, of the 8 locations that you mentioned, 4 of them offer a combined skilled nursing and memory care services. Sadly, those come with those extended periods that we're talking about. The Yountville/Napa location has a 5 to 6 year waiting list. The West LA location has a 2-year wait period. The Fresno location has a 4 to 5 year time, and the Redding location has a 4 to 6 year wait. These obviously are unacceptable wait times for our aged and disabled veterans, coupled with the aging baby boomer generation. This serves as evidence that we must take action today to properly care for our local and state heroes. I want to personally thank you, Supervisor Alejo and Supervisor Askew, for not just recognizing the need, but also making the referral and making this a priority for the county to champion. Thank you again to the full board for your unwavering support for our veteran community. Thank you all.
Thank you, Jason, for that information. I think this really reminds us this is an opportune moment to bring such a service to the Monterey Bay region, to serve all the surrounding counties, veterans that I think would really love to be close to home and not have to travel to Fresno or to Yountville or to Ventura, hours away from the place they called home and from their family and friends, when we could find a beautiful location right here in Monterey County. So I'm excited about this opportunity. I really appreciate the research, and I really hope that as a board, this is something that we could realize for veterans, their spouses, and their families. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo, and thank you, Jason, for the additional information, and thank you, Brent, for joining us even late into the evening for you. And Annette, thank you for all the research that you did as well to get us to this point. Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, I just want to thank Supervisor Alejo and Jason and you, all you have worked on this. I think it's excellent idea. When you look at our closest ones are Fresno and Yountville, and especially with as much military history and people who came through the service. And I remember my dad had a friend who was in the home in Los Angeles, West Los Angeles, and we used to drive up and take him. My only concern, since I'm a veteran and my wife finds out about this, that may be where I end up, so, but I do want to, I think all of us really, truly support this, so thank you.
We'll come and visit you, Supervisor. All right, I'll move approval of the recommendation to designate the establishment of Monterey Veterans Home in Monterey Bay as a legislative priority for the Monterey County Board of Supervisors.
I'll second. Thank you.
We need to
Can
do.
we add an official hashtag? How's the judge?
How's the judge? I don't know about that. You're good. Good thing you're not over here, Chris, because
That's why I did it from a distance.
Yeah, I'm going to tell your mother on you.
Let's take this out to public. It's been a long day. Let's take this out to public comment. Anyone in the public desire to comment on this item today? Seeing no hands raised, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the board for a vote. A roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Askew?
Aye. Thank you. All right. Next up, we have item number 13, which is board comments. And I think our goal is to get out of here by 4:30 so people can get home and eat something before our 5:30 meeting starts. So we'll pass it around. We'll start backwards. Supervisor Adams, if I can put you on the spot.
Thank you. It's a spot I like to be on. I just wanted to talk about a couple of quick things. Just wanted to let this board and the public know that on Wednesday evening, tomorrow night, the AMBAG board is going to be considering options for the regional housing needs allocation methodology. And we'll be giving direction at our November meeting. But I just want people to look at that AMBAG agenda. If this is an issue you're interested in and you wish to join the Zoom. Also wanted to mention that Supervisor Phillips and I have been working on reconstituting the Economic Opportunity Committee, which will be coming to the board later this year for concurrence. And we've hired a terrific guy named Richard Vaughn, who I think we had the opportunity to meet. But I just did want to put forward that Supervisor Phillips and I are not allowing any water to run under our feet. Want to also thank the Assembly Member Robert Rivas and the other Assembly members that he organized to visit Monterey County this past week and participated in the tour to look at housing opportunities and constraints in our county. I had the opportunity to interact with them down at the Big Sur portion of their tour. They were knocked out, of course, because several of them had never been to Big Sur, and it was a real eye-opener for them. So that was wonderful. A couple of quick things that I wanted to say to the district. We've got some road work that I want everybody to be sure they're aware of. Winter preparation on Highway 1 in Big Sur is underway today, Tuesday, and then tomorrow, Wednesday, we'll have one-lane traffic control at Garrapatta State Park and Soberanes Canyon Trailhead. And also want to say that Public Works and Facilities and Parks, we've already alerted residents and commuters of the Carmel Valley Road interim bike lane improvement project on the eastbound side of Carmel Valley Road. between Carmel Rancho and the entrance to Carmel Middle School. It began yesterday and is expected to be completed by the 15th. Everybody is happy about this. We need a bike trail on Carmel Valley Road so badly. So everybody's really happy about that. I could go through my date book and tell you I was at the wharf for the 176th birthday, which was wonderful, and the Carmel Valley Association annual picnic, which was also a really terrific thing. So that's it. Thanks.
Wonderful. Sounds like you're out there having fun, enjoying all the community activities. Tomorrow, Seaside is celebrating their birthday, so I'll be celebrating birthday party at the Oldemire Center. And then the other big announcement I have is our Wednesdays with Wendy tomorrow will be on location at the Hitchcock Animal our animal shelter, and we'll be so it's at 2 o'clock on Zoom if you want to join us, or live on Facebook. Pass it down to Supervisor Phillips.
Don't have much. Thinking of getting old, though. My wife and I are going down for my 61st high school reunion this year. They had to cancel the 60th. I think they're having it at a daytime event since we all go to bed by 5 o'clock. But that's all I have. Thank you.
Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you. Yeah, just once again want to reiterate the thanks to MST for the new facility that was ribbon cut yesterday in King City. Also, this Saturday, October 17th, all hands will be on deck in Soledad with VITA and our partners, making sure that folks are aware that the vaccine is available and safe. And so look forward to seeing folks out in the community this Saturday, helping to get folks out and get them vaccinated. We're currently still, I think in the last few minutes, got the last homes re-energized on a PSPS down in Lockwood. And so I know that there's more potential in the future, and continue to encourage staff to reach out to us in our districts early. It's something that I think the planning could have been a little better for this particular one, but want to thank PG&E. Their team that was out at the Community Resource Center in Lockwood did an incredible job of making sure the community had the materials that they needed in the form of blankets, power, as well as battery backup packs to make that as painless as possible while annoying. But then also want to share this Thursday, we'll be doing a ribbon cutting on the King City Heart and Education Center expansion. Invite the public to come out and join us around midday to 2 o'clock to check out that new facility. And as Supervisor Adams shared, down in the third, we also have some major construction with the shift in lanes over the 101 bridge. With that construction, unfortunately, it's a long-term diversion. And so folks need to be prepared for the annoyance, and encourage you to give yourself a little extra time to get through over that 101 bridge in South County as that change starts to take place this Saturday and Sunday evening. And with that, those are my comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, I first wanted just to mention that our own Linda McGlone, I know we honored her at a Board of Supervisors meeting for her retirement. But last Wednesday, she was also honored as one of the Hero Awards for the Community Alliance for Safety and Peace. So I want to just give her another round of applause and really thank the Health Department for her leadership, and to her successor, look forward to working with her. So to Elsa and everyone at the Health Department, congratulations for that work being recognized by our community leaders. Just this Saturday, there's a couple events coming up. The Community Science Workshop, which originally started back when I was mayor in my hometown of Watsonville, is now in Greenfield with its leader, Kurt Gabrielson, a really phenomenal teacher, educator, who's really doing some amazing things to promote the sciences and critical thinking and investigation among our young people. But now he was really working hard to bring that after school activity to Salinas. And so they've partnered with the Salinas Union High School District at El Salsal Middle School. And so they will have their grand opening this Saturday from 10 to 2 o'clock, but I think they have a program around 11. So I want to invite folks to support Kurt Gabrielson and what he's doing, the amazing work he's doing for our young people and our families here in Monterey County, and glad to see his program grow and prosper and being well received. The last thing I wanted to mention was, at least for my colleagues, looking at the future of rail in Watsonville on I think this Friday and Saturday, the 16th and 17th, and then in Santa Cruz from the 21st to the 24th. I know we got invited to the demonstration project of Coast Futura, which is looking to operate in the Santa Cruz branch rail line, which goes from Santa Cruz to Pajaro. but they've really looked at new technologies for clean, quiet, all electric streetcars that operate on battery and hydrogen. So this is something that if we're looking at the future of transportation on rail, I think this is something exciting for us to all explore. And hopefully this is something that we could realize here in the Monterey Bay, but an exciting opportunity to check out this technology, how it works and how it sounds and feels. So I will be there on Saturday. I think I'm scheduled at 1:00. And I make sure everybody had the email, but I know Tamsi sent it to all the supervisors as well. Thank you.
Thank you. We will be today, actually, let's see here. Is there any readout from closed session from County Council today?
There is no report out today, Chair.
All right. And we will be adjourning our meeting today in memory of Terry Kaiser. And I would like to invite Supervisor Phillips to make some comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, we lost one of the good guys, good cop, Terry Kaiser. If you remember, we celebrated and thanked him for his years of service here a couple years ago, and then he was Veteran of the Year before that. He was born in Oakland and served in the U.S. Navy during the Vietnam in intelligence. And then he worked as an investigative sergeant for the Monterey County Department for 49 years, the longest serving deputy, and panned 7 different sheriffs. He was a good detective sergeant, didn't micromanage his people, but we worked a number of cases again. He was one of those good cops that I never remember him ever drawing his gun. He could always get it done without doing that. And he was the investigative sergeant out of a real misery. That's where he met his wife for 23 years, Cheryl Ward Kaiser. And some of you too young to remember, but it was the worst home invasion robbery I've ever heard of. They came up from Oakland to do this, and when they started to molest his daughter in front of him, that's when he went for the shotgun. They shot and killed him in front of his wife and daughter. And Terry was the one that apprehended him and did the investigation. And out of that tragedy, him and Cheryl met and ended up marrying and living together for 23 years, and a lot of solace for him. So I thank you for the opportunity to say goodbye to a good friend. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we're adjourned. We will be reconvening back here, or not reconvening, we'll be opening a new meeting, a joint meeting of the Community Redistricting Committee, a joint meeting with the Board of Supervisors and the Redistricting Committee here at 5:30, as well as on Zoom. So we hope you will all, we'll give our folks here a chance to get home, get their computers turned on. We'll give everyone else a chance to eat, and we'll be opening up a new meeting at 5:30. Thank you.
Can you hear me on Zoom, Kelly? Are we unmuted? Is everything good? Perfect.
So there's a sense of board of supervisors is like, come.
Clerk's mic?
Oh, no, we did.
Oh, sorry. Unmute.
we're able to have. joint meeting of the Board of Supervisors and the Advisory Redistricting Commission of Monterey County. Could we get a roll call, please, for the Board of Supervisors?
Sure. Let the record reflect Supervisor Alejo, Supervisor Lopez, Supervisor Phillips, and Supervisor Adams are joining via Zoom with Supervisor Askew in the board chambers.
And it is my pleasure to introduce Jane Parker, Chair of the Community Redistricting Commission, to welcome the commissioners, and we'll be co-chairing this meeting today. Jane?
Thank you, Chair Askew. I'll call to order for the Redistricting Commission, the Joint Board of Supervisors and Advisory Redistricting Commission meeting of Tuesday, October 12th, 2021. And if we could have a roll call of the commissioners.
Commissioner Carrillo? Commissioner Sanchez? Commissioner Gonzalez?
Here.
For District 2, Commissioner Padilla? Commissioner Tansey?
Here.
Commissioner Ferrante? For District 3, Commissioner Kong? Commissioner McDougall?
Here.
Commissioner Simon Salinas? For District 4, Chair Parker?
Here.
Commissioner Magana? Commissioner Mitchell?
Present.
For District 5, Commissioner Sands?
Here.
Commissioner Lal? Commissioner Jones-Ferrick?
Present.
And for the alternative commissioners, Vanessa Robinson? Commissioner Sister Dolores? Commissioner Terry Short? And Commissioner Keely Richter.
And as a true lifetime staffer, I just share Supervisor Salinas, former Supervisor Salinas has joined us. He's on the attendee side. Just got him logged in.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. Anyone else on the attendee side who needs to be brought over to the panelist, please go ahead and raise your hand so that we can make sure we catch you. Keely Richter, Rosemary Soto. And Rosemary, if you accept the invitation to switch over, we should have you as well. All right, we've got everyone.
Supervisor Salinas, former Supervisor Salinas has joined us.
And we'll have everyone else mute. Perfect. Okay. If I think that's everybody. All right. Thank you all for bearing with us through the technical pieces here. We are live streaming on Facebook as well as YouTube. For anyone who would like to join us in person on Zoom or in virtual Zoom room, we are at webinar ID number 224-397-747. We have Spanish interpretation services, I believe, provided both on Zoom as well as here in the board chambers tonight. And I'd like to introduce Jocelyn Martinez to make that announcement for us.
Buenas tardes, Susana Martínez, intérprete de español. Les anunciamos que bienvenimos su comentario en español. Por favor, antes de comenzar, pide los servicios de intérprete. Gracias.
Thank you. Are there any additions or corrections to our agenda tonight?
No additions or corrections.
Wonderful. And with that, I'll pass the microphone over to Chair Parker to get us started.
Thank you. I just want to thank the Board of Supervisors for having this joint meeting so that the Advisory Redistricting Commission can give you what we know so far about communities of interest. And as part of that, the demographers, Gobele and Lapkoff, are going to give an overview of redistricting and the latest great information. So thank you so much for being here in person. And I don't know if Ms. Soto has something she wants to say before we launch, but you folks can work it out, and we are really eager to hear what you have to present.
Thank you, Madam Chair Askew and Madam Chair Parker. What an honor to be in the same room with both of you and our colleagues here. It's an honor to also introduce Dr. Shelley Lapkoff and Dr. Jean Gobele, who's also on the line with us. And so I won't take up too much time and just go ahead and give you the floor.
Okay, great. Is there someone doing the PowerPoint? You're doing that for us. Thank you, Rosemary. Well, it's an honor to be here. We've actually been working with the Board of Supervisors since the 1990 redistricting process, and we helped you in 2000 and 2010, and here we are back in 2020, sort of showing our age, aren't we? Tonight, here's what we're going to talk about. We have a lot of material to cover. Generally, what is redistricting? Discuss the current supervisorial districts, then the legal requirements as we follow them as demographers, discuss communities of interest, which is really the focus of tonight's meeting as well, and to talk about next steps. What is redistricting? Well, it's happening everywhere all over the country. Every 10 years after a new census is released, whether you're Congress or a local school district or a board of supervisors, you must look at your election districts and make sure they are still equal, relatively equal in population based on the new census data. You are required to finish all of this by December 15th, which is somewhat of a challenge because the census data were delayed by 6 months. So we have a very condensed schedule. When we redraw the boundaries, we have federal and state laws that we must abide by. And I'm going to discuss that in a minute. These districts that are approved will be used until the next census, until 2031. And in the event that incumbents are not, when the lines are redrawn, if the incumbents are not in their own district, they will still finish their term of office. And it's only until the next election that they would either need to move or back to their original district, or they would run from their new district. So now let's talk about the current supervisorial districts. Here's an overview map, and I'm going to pan in on the, zoom in on the individual districts in a minute. But basically you have in the south of the county, District 3 and District 5 separated by the mountains. You have District 1 in the center of Salinas. District 2 is North County and the northern part of Salinas, and District 4 is on the peninsula with southwest Salinas. 5 also takes in not only the South County area of Big Sur and the coastal area, but also Pacific Grove and Monterey and so on. But let's look a little bit more closely at these districts. Here's a zoomed in map of District 1. It's entirely within the city of Salinas. Some of the boundary lines are not as smooth as or as elegant as we might like. This was basically to make sure that we balanced the population back in 2010. Salinas is very large, and so a lot of Salinas needs to be outside of District 1. Going to District 2, that is North County, all of North County, and then takes in the top part, the northern part of the city of Salinas, and goes over also in the west part of Salinas, Baranda, and the adjoining territory. Supervisorial 3 takes in South County, goes all the way up to Williams Road, and takes in East Salinas. And this has been a common or a longstanding part of District 3 to take part of East Salinas. And here we have a community of interest to some extent with some of the people in East Salinas working in agriculture in the south part of the county. District 4 takes in Marina, Seaside, Sand City, and Delray Oaks, and uses the former Fort Ord boundary as well. And you might notice the squiggly line between districts 4 and 5. And that was very intentional back in 2010 because the area on both sides of Highway 68 were considered a community of interest. And that community of interest felt like it belonged more in 5 than in 4. So the committee at that time recommended that we not use Highway 68. Often we'll use major thoroughfares. But in this case, it seemed like it was more important to keep the community of interest together. And that squiggly line is the old Fort Ord boundary. And then Supervisorial District 5 takes in Monterey, Pacific Grove, Carmel, and so forth. And it may not look like it on the map, but all of Monterey County, which is shaded in that tan color, is in District 5. So that's an overview of the current districts. And I want to mention some of the legal guidelines that we have to follow. First and foremost, on the federal requirement is that the supervisorial districts be relatively equal in population. In addition, as we redraw boundaries, the Voting Rights Act comes into play where we need to ensure that we are essentially protecting the political rights of protected minority groups, language groups. In Monterey County, that would be mainly the Hispanic Latinx community, but also can include Asians and African Americans on the peninsula. And making things somewhat of a balancing act. In '93, the Supreme Court said we can't racially gerrymander. That is, we can't have oddly shaped districts solely to maximize the political power of a protected minority group. So in addition to these federal laws, we have the California Fair Maps Act, a very recent law, 2019, amended in 2020, and it discusses the criteria we should use when we draw lines, and it discusses public outreach. And what we have found interesting about the public outreach, Monterey County was doing this kind of public outreach anyway in prior censuses because you were under the Department of Justice pre-clearance requirements. And that seemed maybe even more strict than what is in the Fair Maps Act. So public outreach is no stranger to Monterey County. Next slide. So I want to talk about population equality and start showing you some numbers for your supervisorial districts. The official redistricting data that we need to use shows that Monterey County has 433,660 people. If you were to have equal supervisorial districts, we would divide that number by 5. And the ideal size for your supervisorial district would be 86,932 people. So that's what we're shooting for. But you don't have to have exactly equal supervisorial districts, thankfully. We have some leeway, and the amount of leeway is 10% of the ideal supervisorial district, which would be 86,932 divided by 10 or times 10%. It's 8,693 people. What this means is that the difference between the least populous supervisorial district and the most populous supervisorial district must be less than 8693. That's what we're shooting for. And that would be called a 10% deviation. That's a maximum deviation you can have. So let's see what your deviation is. And I'm gonna, on this next slide, I'll explain it in a minute, the math in a minute, but you can see on the yellow highlighting, you are at 7.9%, which is less than the 10% required deviation. So a key finding is that the current plan does not need to be adjusted to balance the populations. Not that you can't change the plan, but you could take your current supervisorial districts and use them going forward based on the census data. And let me explain the deviation because this is an important finding. We look at each supervisorial district and we look at the difference between it and the ideal district size. So for example, supervisorial district 1 at 85,853, it's small by 1,079 people. That turns out to be a 1.2% deviation, which is calculated by taking 1,079 and dividing by the 86,932 ideal supervisorial district size. Now, to calculate the deviation, the only thing we need to look at is the smallest and largest populated districts. So that in this case is District 2 at 6% and District 4 at 1.9%. So the 6% and the 1.9% give us the 7.9% deviation. Another way of looking at that numerically is if we're just looking at numbers, District 2 is 5,176 people too many. District 4 is 1,666 too few people. If you add 5,176 and 1,666, you get the 6,842. And mathematically, that also comes out to 7.9% when you divide by the ideal district size. Okay, so a few more things that we thought might be of interest to you is why are these supervisorial districts still balanced? And we compared what we needed. We compared the 2010 data that we used for the purposes of redistricting with the 2020 data that we have now. And over on the right, you see the percent change in the districts. So districts 2 and 3 grew the most. Overall, the county grew by 7%. District 5 had the least growth at 3%. Now, it turned out that District 5 back in 2010 was your largest supervisorial district. So even though it didn't grow, so that offset the fact that it did not grow as much as the rest of the county. And back in 2010, District 2 was relatively large and it grew by the 11%. So that's why it has turned out to be 92,108 people, the largest one, with a 6% deviation, but all the others are in the very close together. And so overall, we have a still balanced from a redistricting perspective, it's balanced enough to remain as is if you decide to do that. And then another, before we go on to more legal requirements, thought it would be interesting to show you how the cities changed their population between 2010 and 2020. And this may make sense to you. You can see that the areas with the biggest growth were Greenfield, percentage growth was Greenfield and Marina and the city of Salinas. And the city of Salinas also had the most numerical growth, of course, because it's so large. Okay, so following back with the legal requirements, that was population equality, and now going on to further slides to talk about the Federal Voting Rights Act. If we are to redraw lines, we have to make sure that we don't divide minority community areas. And in the law, it's sort of cute names for this, cracking and packing. So we don't want to divide minority areas and we don't want to overly concentrate them. And these diagrams show you an illustration of what not to do when you're drawing lines. You don't want to divide the communities and you don't want to overly concentrate them. And the next slide would show you ideally what would happen in District 1. You see the minority voters in that community are not divided. They're all in one district and they're not combined, so that the protected groups would have the ability to elect representatives of their choice, or at least influence the elections in Districts 1 and 4. And then the third requirement, which is no racial gerrymandering. We just wanted to show you a little bit of history. This is from the 1993 Supreme Court decision. This was an oddly shaped district that found its way up to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court ruled that this was not allowed and that race should not be the predominant factor when you are drawing districts, election districts. Okay, now I'd like to go on to the state law, the Fair Maps Act. Here are the criteria to use when we're drawing new lines. And this is in the order. This is what's new, is it actually gave us the order in which we should apply the criteria. First and foremost, we have to pay attention to federal law. Second is that the districts need to be contiguous, meaning all parts of a district are connected with one another. So that's a very basic requirement, that they be connected. And then third is to respect communities of interest. So that's the first sort of optional criterion, and communities of interest have come to the top. And this is sort of following the state legislature that last time took hours and hours and hours of testimony on the communities of interest. And so in the Fair Maps Act, they sort of followed that example in putting that third. Fourth is to respect the boundaries of cities and towns. Fifth is to use boundaries that are easily identifiable and understood. And as demographers, we've noticed that the public has the most confidence in plans when the boundaries seem easily identifiable, major roads are used, and so forth. 6 is geographic compactness. You can't skip over a population for no reason. So you want to make them compact if possible. And 7 doesn't really apply to you, but it's in the Fair Maps Act. It's that there be no political party considerations, but at the supervisorial level, you aren't with political parties, but in any event that is mentioned, it's more for the legislature because the Fair Maps Act is used for that as well. So communities of interest is very important, and that's part of what we are here to talk about tonight. That's one of the key points. And the your ARC, the Advisory Redistricting Commission, conducted 5 public hearings to solicit testimony on communities of interest. Here we have the definition of the communities of interest from California law. It's basically a population that shares common social or economic interests that should be included in a single district for purposes of its effective and fair representation. Next slide. Here are some examples of communities of interest, cities and unincorporated communities. And as you can hope you noticed on your current plan, we use city boundaries in many cases, especially on the peninsula. It was possible to do that. So to the extent that we can, we always try and use cities and unincorporated communities boundaries for the boundaries. Neighborhoods, that's especially important. People connect with their neighborhood, and it's a geographically concise area. So neighborhoods are often a community of interest. People with similar living standards, including similar economic activities or education levels. Areas with similar demographic groups. This is where protected race ethnic groups can come in as well. So not only are they protected under the Voting Rights Act, but they are also can be considered a community of interest. And then sometimes other jurisdictional boundaries like school district boundaries or other special districts. Now, when I'm going to steal the thunder a little bit from our commissioners, they're going to report out about what they heard in the testimony of the 5 public hearings, but I just wanted to highlight a few things that we thought were important for line drawing. So one is we heard that North County should remain intact and have less of Salinas in their area. We heard that people favored the current configurations of districts 4 and district 5. We heard that the coastal area should be in one district because that was a community of interest. And we heard that Salinas should be divided among less than 4 districts. Right now, Salinas is in 4 different districts, and there is a request that it just be in 2 districts. Now, ways for the public to be involved is to comment at public hearings, both the ARC meetings as well as your Board of Supervisors meetings. They can submit community of interest boundaries. We have an online tool called Survey 123. It's very easy to submit online what to draw your map, draw on a map what your community of interest is. You could submit a map using the district's online mapping tool, which is coming in another week or so. And you could submit email or send a mail, a map or comments through the mail to county staff. Lots of ways to be involved. Here are some next steps. The Fair Maps Act requires the Board of Supervisors to conduct at least 3 public hearings on redistricting, as long as an additional meeting is conducted by the county to take public input. And that certainly has happened. The ARC has had many public hearings. So one of your 4 required public hearings has been taken care of by the ARC, but you still need to do 3 of those public hearings. Let's go back, sorry. ARC is going to review the draft maps, and they're going to report out to you on Saturday, November 13th. And then you will meet 1 or 2 additional times after hearing from the ARC before adopting a final plan. And there's some more information in the appendix if people want to look at that later. We're happy to take questions, and Jean Gobelet is also remotely available to answer questions as well. And I should ask Jean maybe at this point is if there's anything else she'd like to add.
Not at this time. Thank you, Shelley.
Great. Okay, so we are going to make the rounds for any board or commissioner comments or questions, and then we'll go out to public comment and bring it back. So if those who are on Zoom could use the raise hand feature, we can call on everyone in the order that hands are raised. And for those of us in the chambers today, just wave so we can make sure we don't miss anyone. I don't see any hands raised, so I'll just start. I did have a couple of quick questions for you. You mentioned the Saturday, November 13th date. So when the ARC reports to the Board of Supervisors, is that via a memo, or is that, I don't think we have any meetings scheduled. How does that report occur?
It's the 20th. Oh, I'm hearing from Rosemary that it's the 20th, not the 13th.
The joint public hearing.
Oh, the public, sorry. It's November 20th. But your question is, what will you receive from them?
Mm-hmm.
I believe you will receive, we're hoping you will receive a recommendation for a draft map, a recommended map, and that we will give you a presentation about the draft map and why they have chosen that draft map.
Okay, and that is a Saturday, and I do see a meeting being held on the calendar, so that's great. Okay. And then the two additional meetings that the Board of Supervisors would need to have after that November 20th date, I think we only have one additional meeting scheduled before the end of the.
That's correct, Madam. November 20th is your second public hearing, and then your final public hearing would be on December 7th when we're coming to you with the final draft maps for adoption.
Okay, December 7th, got it. Okay, wonderful, thank you. Those are just some quick questions I had as I noted in the presentation. Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you. It's nice to have this first joint meeting with us. So I want to thank all 15 commissioners and the alternates for your public service to do this, especially my former colleagues, Supervisor Parker and Salinas. Once a supervisor, always a supervisor. So thank you for stepping in to help us with this important item that only takes place one every 10 years, and certainly getting the public's input on communities of interest was certainly very important. So I tuned in to at least one of your hearings that you had, and it was good hearing the comments on District 1 from the community and what our District 1 commissioners also provided. But I know there's been some changes since the last redistricting process, in particular counties that used to be subject to